Greetings, 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 greetings. Grand Rising, what it is, what it is, what it is. This is your brother Chief Kalinago Flying Eagle. Hope everybody's doing well. It's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday because why? The sun is out. So give thanks and acknowledging the Most High. You feel me? Because that's who the Most High is, the Son, the Mother. Y'all better recognize. So I'm about to get into a video right now. I'm gonna do a lesson, and it's going to be a lot of information, a lot of information. So we might do a good 2 to 3 hours. I would say 2 hours for the least, right? We're going to do some reading, and we're going to get into some work right now. Okay, let me make sure I'm good on Facebook. Everybody's doing well. It's beautiful. I'm about to. All right, cool. So we're about to go in right now. We're about to go in. Like I said, this video is going to be a little bit lengthy. It might be about 2 hours, 3 hours, who knows, right? And like I said, this is the last time I'm going to go through this type of information in detail in a video. I'm not going to do it anymore because I'll tell you why I'm not going to do it anymore. To me, it's just a waste of time, wasting my time and energy. You see, because I tell people I'm not here to convince people of anything. All I'm just here to do is give you the information, and I beg of you to just do your due diligence, do some research. You feel me? And stop allowing, the brainwash information that was given to you to be your truth. You feel me? People don't think outside the box. People don't study to show themselves approved so that they could get what I call a mental paradigm shift. And then when you post information and you post facts, everybody want to attack you. Everybody want to call you, call you out your name. And I really ain't got time for that, man. So I'm going to do this video, and this is the last time I'm doing a video in length, okay? Breaking this down, debunking the illusion, all right, and the theory that man originated in Africa. I'm going to debunk this once again in this video and prove to you that it's a theory. And once more, prove to you that the American Negro, okay, and I'm saying Negro, open and close quotes, because all these terms are just again names and titles that are coined to the American Aborigines. Okay, American is a race. I'm gonna tell it to you over and over again. America is a race. Well, America is a continent, but American is a race. Okay? And if you don't realize that, then you're going to continue to stay lost in the bubble. American is a race. And there's only one ethnic group on the planet that have every legal, lawful, and spiritual right to call themselves American is the American Aborigines. And you want to know who they are? The so-called Negroes of the Americas. Okay, the so-called Negroes of the Americas. That's who the original American Aborigines are. All right? We did not come from Africa on slave ships. We did not come from Africa even before the so-called slave ships. We have always been on this landmass from time immemorial. And the funny thing is, the so-called powers there be, they know this to be true. But it's always the ignorant people. You feel me? The Pan-Africanist, those type of people, they put in place, they strategically put them in place to confuse you. Because now they don't have to steal your birthright. You're giving it away by claiming to be something else that you're not. So you are speaking and you're giving people your birthright and not realize the land that your ancestors sprung from is working against you. Why? Because you are selling your birthright. You are giving your birthright away. And it's sad, man. And it's sad. And it's very time consuming. It's very energy consuming to put this information out there. I don't ask y'all for a dime. I don't ask for no cash app. I don't ask for a penny. All I ask is just do some research. Don't believe anything I say. Do your due diligence. And ask the higher self to guide you to the truth. That's all I ask. I don't even monetize my videos no more. You know why? Because I don't want nothing from Negroes, man. It's like, because people that look like me, they're very, very funny. Okay? If they give you a dime, they're going to remind you they give you a dime. And I don't want to deal with that kind of energy. You feel me? So I create my cash flow through investments. That's what I do. I don't want to put no cash up on here, no link on here to say donate for this. No, I don't want to do none of that. I'm giving you this information for free. It is so free. I don't even want to monetize it because I'm good. You know what I'm saying? My ancestors, the Great Spirit, the Most High, and I say she, yes, she's always going to provide for me. All right. But I do know I have a spiritual father as well. But the reason why I always acknowledge the mother is because the father came through the mother. You see, I'm not indoctrinated like y'all. And I never said I'm from the mother. I said through the mother. What there's a difference between through and from. From denotes a beginning. The father doesn't have a beginning. The mother doesn't have a beginning. However, the mother and father is one. And as one, the father came through the mother. So I know this to be a fact. I'm not telling you theories or what I think. I know this to be a fact. You see, I'm in touch. I'm in tune. So I just feel like, especially, within the next year or few years to come, I just know I just got to travel and enjoy life and just see the world and enjoy it, see the beauty of the world. Because this indoctrination, man, I'm telling you, it's scary and it's frustrating. And I just can't deal with it. Because see what's happening. Pretty soon, y'all are going to be all Chinese American. Because China is supposedly, positioning itself to be the next world superpower. So everybody's going to be Chinese American. If it does happen. Because why? The original American refused to come together. All right? Refused to, don't mind you, America is a continent. But we are so busy fighting each other, dividing ourselves so that we are easily conquered. And we don't realize it's the same game that's being played over and over and over again because we are not united. We refuse to come together. So it is what it is. Like I tell people, I can't do this alone. So with that being said, let us get into this lesson here. Now, you may want to get a pen and a pad to take some copious notes. You may or you may not. All right. But I'm going to give you the source of the information because I don't want to be, oh, well, Chief, this talk. Now, I'm going to give you the books, the information that I got all this from. Plus, through meditation, my ancestors gave me a lot of truth that I cannot even find in books. But then for me to come talk about it, a lot of y'all are going to say I'm crazy anyway. So it's okay. And it's cool. I am crazy. I'm cool with that. But I'm going to give you, I put all the majority of the information, especially the books. I put it in the link so you have it. I'm not going to read everything. I'm just going to read excerpts from those books. You feel me? But you could take your time and read those books in detail. Okay? And get to your own truth. However, I have other links that you could easily find on Google, like, certain titles I'm going to be going through, certain etymology of words I'm going through. So I don't need to put that in the title itself. That's easy to find. But certain books you can't really just find. I gave you the PDFs. I gave you the link. Do your due diligence. Do your own research. Right. So the first thing I'm going to do is, since most people believe or they subscribe to the Bible being the ultimate truth, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the Bible. All right. And then I'm going to take you beyond the Bible because the Bible got all its stories. The majority, 95% of the stories in the Bible came from different cultures. It was plagiarized. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with plagiarism. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm just saying is it is not the original. It came from different cultures with different stories, and they all have different variations of the story. And I have given many analogies, and I'm giving an example. If you say 10,000 people, 20,000 years ago, if there was actually one story that was told, can you imagine if that story was told orally? Because the further back you go into antiquity, people did not have a writing system. So therefore, stories were passed down through what you call oral history. Even their laws, their laws were not called LAW. Their laws were called LORE, meaning that laws that were spoken through the mouth and not written. That's why in the Bible, it finally showed you that when Moses went up to the Lord, he got the oral law, and then he wrote it. The oral law is LORE, and then he got the LORE. He came down and he wrote it. It became the LAW. Okay? And I'm saying all that to say is, imagine a story or stories being told. 10,000 people have the responsibility to pass this story on to their posterity, meaning that their generations to come. And imagine that happening over 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 6,000 years. Let me ask you a question. How much would that story change? So that's where the Bible came in, and many other texts prior to the Bible. Okay, they are all plagiarized from different cultures. All they did was change the names, some locations were changed, whatever the case is, but the stories were altered. Does it make it false? Does it make it true? It's neither here or there, and I'll tell you why. Because it has to be told in myth. It has to be told as an allegory. Reason being is because no one knows the ultimate truth. No one knows the beginning or the end of creation. Why? Because creation, or what was there was no beginning. It has always been. So how can you comprehend or perceive something without a beginning or an end? And that's why people call God, but it is not God, because all gods came through that whether you call it entity or thing. Like I said, there's no word to describe it. It just never had a beginning or an end. So it is. That's all it is. It is, because it has always been and it will always be. But people call that entity God. That entity is not God. No, it's not. God came through that entity. And then those gods created. And I'm using that word God very lightly. All right. So when we look at the Bible gives, or it alludes to the modern, and we're talking about modern human, right? Because that's what we're talking about. When people, you see, people are caught up with the whole out of Africa theory, and I guess it's a theory for a few reasons. For one, that was actually popularized in the 1900s. Before the 1900s, nobody thought of life, or the modern human life originated in Africa. That wasn't even the subject. That started happening in the 1900s. So how can a theory in the 1900s, okay, stand the test of time to be the ultimate truth? And when it's a theory, and people are missing the fact that it says modern human. Modern human. Now, there are so many ways I could dissect that, and which I am going to, because first of all, we have to give the definition of modern. Secondly, we have to analyze the definition of human. So I'm going to break all that down for you today. All right. So indeed, it is a fact that modern human originated not in Africa, but in Asia and Africa. You see, people are missing that because they're not well studied. But let us talk about pre-modern human, or pre-modern man, not human, man. There's a difference between man and mankind. Mankind is human. Well, Chief, what are you talking about? Well, it's in your Bible, man. It's in the book. And I'm not saying the book is the ultimate truth, but what I'm saying is, if you hold the book to be your ultimate source of truth, then I'm using your book to debunk everything that you're saying. Because even in your book, it speaks of man and mankind. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the lexicon, your own Hebrew lexicon, and show you the meaning of mankind. Because mankind is of man, meaning that it came from man. But y'all missing that. And for you to subscribe to the theory, once again, theory that you came from Africa, then you are alluding to the idea that you came from monkeys and apes. I did not come from a monkey or ape. Now, if that's your story, then that's your story, fam. But when I post my truth, which is the truth, don't tell me, well, I'm not proud to be black. I'm not proud to be African. Why would I be proud to be something I'm not? First of all, this is the color black. This is black. Look at this. You tell me what part of my complexion is black. You see, people are just so ignorant. And that's why it's okay to call people stupid, because at some point, ignorance becomes stupidity. And you will continue to perish for the lack of knowledge. Why you want to argue with me? I put a post on Facebook that I'm not black. Why you want to argue with me and tell me that I'm black and I'm not proud to be black? What part of my complexion is black? This is black. What part of my complexion looks like this? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't want to get, too graphic, but the darkest part of my body is in my private part. And even my cojones is not that color. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, my brothers and sisters, it is just so frustrating. It is just so frustrating. And you know what? I get it. The indoctrination, the brainwashing is real. All right. But it's just so time consuming and energy consuming to teach people that have been brainwashed for so long. All right. So when we look at the Bible, we're going back to the story of Noah, right? Because this Lord God, and I've been debunking this whole Bible thing for a very long time, right? Go through all my videos and you'll see like I'm giving you substantial and irrefutable information that debunk this whole Bible thing. So but I'm using it as your foundation because many people think that the Bible is the ultimate truth. So when we look at the Bible, right, we see in the story of Noah. Now, with that being said, this Lord God in the Bible said, hey, you know what? I repent because I made man and I'm sorry for making man and I'm going to bring a flood and I'm going to flood out the world, right? But there's one man that has grace in my own sight, right? So I'm going to make sure that he, his wife, his 3 sons, and their 3 wives, that they are the only ones that saved. You feel me? And then it came to pass when this flood came and it rested after X and X amount of days. It rested on Mount Ararat. All right, now that's the story. And based on the Bible's story or the version or the fairy tale, if I may, it says that Noah is the man that's going to populate the world with his children. So now we are talking about this modern human. That's the modern human that they're talking about. The modern human, mankind. But let me ask you a question. What happened to the man before Noah? See, people ain't thinking about that. That wasn't mankind. That was man. So when you look at the theory of coming out of Africa, it is a theory of mankind and not man. Okay, for you people who want to argue and debate me, man, you can't win. You're not going to win this. You're not going to. All right. So let us see where Mount Ararat is. Okay, Mount Ararat. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. Okay. Let me just share my screen real quick. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me share the screen. So like I said, we have a lot to go through. So let us take our time and do this. Here we go. All right. Let the screen populate. I think we have a slight delay, but here we go. All right. Where did Noah's Ark land? According to the book of Genesis. Now that's according to the book of Genesis. Noah's Ark landed on the mountains of Ararat. All right. They have the biblical Hebrew and they have, how it's it's spelled or it's written in Hebrew, Ha-Harat. And that's Genesis 8:4. Okay? Genesis 8:4. What we're going to do is we're going to read Genesis 8:4. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Genesis 8:4. Let me stop sharing my screen and I'm going to share this verse and we're going to read this verse. Genesis 8:4. We're going to dive into this and I'm going to finally put all the nonsense to rest. All right. And I promise you, I'm not going to do another video in detail to go through this again because it is just too much. All right. This thing, it takes a lot of energy. All right. Here we go. Genesis 8:4. And the ark rested in the 7th month on the 17th day of the month upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. So here we are again confirming this is what the Bible says. Now let us see where Mount Ararat is. Okay? Now going based on the Bible. Because if y'all hold the Bible to be true, and the Bible is telling you that it was on the Mount Ararat, let's see where Mount Ararat is. Let's share our screen again. And let us go to where is Mount Ararat. Okay? Here we are. Boom, right? Mount Ararat is located in the eastern Anatolia region of Turkey. All right. And it's between two provinces. So and near the border of Iran or Iran, depends on whichever way you want to pronounce it. So based on the Bible, according to the Bible, all right, Noah's Ark, we're talking about modern human now. Noah's Ark landing on Mount Ararat, and Mount Ararat is located in eastern Anatolia, the region of Turkey. So therefore, modern humans originated in Turkey based on the Bible. All right, let's proceed. I keep telling y'all, don't play with me, man. I'm well studied. All right, because I like to debunk all the foolishness. Let us go. Let us proceed. Let's look to see where, because everything that I've been teaching you, I could prove it. I could prove it. Okay. On what continent is Turkey? Let us go see where Turkey is at. Y'all think this is a game, huh? All right, let's see where Turkey is at. Let's go. Boom. Turkey, location, continent. Turkey is called Turkey, country that occupies a unique geographic position lying partly where? In Asia and partly Europe. So modern human originated in Turkey on the continent or between the continents of Asia and Europe. Now let me break that down for y'all. Okay? The Asiatic black man, okay? The Asiatic black man, they were the ones that did the biological engineering to create mankind. Hence, mankind came from Asia and the so-called black Asiatic man, Asia and Europe. Okay? And eventually Europe, because they created Europa, okay, for their children. So when we're looking at the Bible from Noah, which Noah was the sixth Adam. Noah was the sixth Adam, meaning that a new race, which is modern humans. Modern humans were created in Asia and partly Europe, surrounding the Mediterranean, the Caucasus Mountains. All right? That's where modern humans were created. Now, when we are going to pre-modern humans, we are talking about, on that side of the world, we are talking about the black Asiatic. Okay, that's the original black man on that side of the world. And on this side of the world, the American continent, okay, the Aboriginals of America are the original man, which is the Negroes of this land. Two different people. Two different people. Two different bloodlines. Two different spiritual umbilical cords. All right? On the American side continent, those were the righteous nine ether beings. And on the Asiatic side, those were the disagreeable, the unrighteous nine ether beings. Because why? They had to create mankind. In other words, they had to degrade. They had to degenerate themselves to create mankind. Those are the children. So based on the Bible alone, I'm debunking the whole theory that mankind started in Africa. Based on the Bible alone. Now, if you were to say that the Bible is the ultimate truth, then guess what? I just debunked the whole theory just by using one verse, Genesis 8:4. You see how simple it is to debunk, foolishness? That's how easy it is. Once you study and you read with understanding, and you're willing to do the research, man, do your due diligence, you could debunk all the foolishness. Because anybody who brings this whole Africa theory to you, ask them one very serious question. Do you think that the Bible is the ultimate true word of God and the Bible is the ultimate truth? If they say yes, boom, you got them. If they say no, then you got a little bit of arguing to do, right? And that's fine. That's fine, because I love an argument. What I don't do is debate. People think arguments are bad. No, to argue means to talk, share, exchange information, and come up with a resolve. That's what argue is. But debate means to beat up. See, they got y'all all messed up. So they have people debating, beating up on each other. I don't do that. I argue because I know the etymology of words. All right, let us proceed. So now we know, based on the Bible, mankind, modern human, was created, okay, in Asia and partly Europe. And we are talking about Turkey. All right. Now, let us go a little further, because now I could prove to you that the Bible Noah story came from a story that was over 3,500, close to 7,000 years ago, which is the story of Zia Zudra from the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh story. That's where the Bible plagiarized that story from. So I'm even showing you that Noah wasn't real. Oh man, listen, y'all think it's a game. Let us proceed. Let us go to the next one. Keep telling y'all, don't play with me, man. Don't play with me. I keep telling y'all, don't play with me. You're going to get that work. Let us go again. Or now. Now, with the Sumerian story, it is almost within the same region, because now we're talking about southern Iraq, all right? Sumerian civilization originated in what is now southern Iraq, just upriver from the mouth of the Tigris or the Euphrates River. Okay? And guess what? The Sumerian story is over 3,500 years and more older than your Bible story. And guess what? That is facts. Irrefutable facts. I dare you to challenge me on that and win that challenge. I dare any one of you to challenge me on that Noah story and tell me it came before the Zia Zudra story of the Epic of Gilgamesh, which came literally over 3,500, almost 7,000 years older than your Bible, even before your God in the Bible. The first recorded God ever in history written down is Anu, A-N-U, the first. So therefore, your God in the Bible is not the first one. Okay? So stop the nonsense. Okay? So we are talking about the story of the Sumerian story now that goes back over 3,500 years, older than Noah. And they have a Noah story about a flood. 3,500 years older than Noah. But in that story, his name was Zia Zudra. So based on that story, that civilization started in Iraq. Okay, we just getting started. We just getting started. We just getting started. Now let us go into I know, right? Yo, that's funny. That's funny, brother Heru. That's really funny. But that's a good one though. All right. So what we're gonna do now, I'm gonna go into dive a little bit into those theories because those stories, not theories, but these theories are now being debunked, right? They are being revisited by those scholars. Because like I told y'all, the truth will always come out. You see, the truth will always come out thankful to the internet. All right. You see, when they created the internet, well, the web, first it was the web, the World Wide Web. When they created the World Wide Web, they created it to trap people. That's what web means. All right. A form of entrapment. But they didn't realize that people would internalize the web. And that's why they had to change it to the internet, inter meaning within. Okay. The net of your network within, right? That's what internet really means. So they didn't realize that it was going to be a tool to help people in the age of enlightenment. But you see, they're not in control. People don't realize artificial intelligence is not in control. What's in control is intelligence. And artificial intelligence is of intelligence. All right, just like how legal is of law, but it's not the same. So intelligence is always going to be superior, always going to be superior. All right, keep that in mind. Let us go into a few of these theories, if I may. All right, let's go back, slide back, boom, boom, boom. We're going to deal with the theories first. All right, the theories. Human dispersal out of Africa. Let's read that here for a second. And this is from the National Library of Medicine, right? Human dispersal out of Africa, a lasting debate. So you see, remember what debate means, right? If y'all, like I said, I tell people, I don't want people to believe anything that I say, man. Let us go look at the etymology of debate, etymology of debate. Don't believe anything that I say because I don't deal with belief systems, right? I deal with knowing things that it has to make sense. It has to be logical, all right? So whenever I study, I use conductive reasoning. So I use wisdom, all right? Etymology of debate. Let's go here and do that real quick. All right, etymology of debate. So we show you what debate means because everybody's on here debating, trying to prove who got the biggest cojones. I don't debate, man. I don't do that. I don't want to beat up nobody. So let's look at the etymology of debate before we proceed. All right, here we are. Debate. Now, when you look at the etymology of the word, right, within the first, literally the first sentence, all right, or first few sentences, you get the root of the word. So late 14th century, what it says, debate means what? To quarrel, dispute, also to combat and fight, make war. So why would I want to be debating people? Why? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. All right. So that's what debate really means. Because people want to fight. Nah, that's not my energy. No, I don't do that. I don't do that, man. No. All right. Now let's look at argue because people think argue is bad. Oh, well, you love to argue. Yes, I love to argue, but I don't like to debate. See, there's a difference. See, they flip things on y'all, right? Because you don't know the etymology of words. So let's go look at now. Let's go look at argue. See if argue is truly bad. So when your parents say, why you like to argue with me? Yes, mom. Yeah, dad. I want to argue with you. I don't want to debate you. And then with all due respect, can I show you what argue means, mom, dad? Can I show you what debate means, mom, dad? You see what I'm saying? Here we go. And even 13th century, even earlier than debate, right? It says what? To make reasoned, statements to prove or refute a proposition. That's what it means. You see what I'm saying? End of story. That's it. Okay? It says what? From Latin, argure, make clear, make known, to prove, declare. That's what argue means. All right? So stop debating unless you want to fight, because it brings that type of energy. Don't you realize when these people, these so-called scholars on YouTube and Facebook, they're always debating? Do you see how it always ends up? People cursing each other out, people calling each other out their name, opposed to having an argument. It's two different things. So when people think they're arguing, no, you're actually debating. See, I argue. I don't debate. So I just want to kind of point that out for y'all since I'm here teaching right now. All right. So let's close this out. Let's go back to the dispersal of the out of Africa theory. Let's get into that here for a second. I'm feeling great. I did my sun gazing earlier. I did a little workout in the park, and I had me some pineapple, had me some papaya. And what I'm going to do is, here's a little secret. Whenever you get pineapples, right? The pineapple, once you cut out the skin is the most healthiest part of the pineapple. So, and this is no type of nutritional advice. I'm just telling you what I do. I take the pineapple skin, right? And I put it in a pot with some ginger, okay? And you could put a little bit of moringa or I forgot the name of that powder I put in. It almost looked like curry. It's not. I keep forgetting the name because I haven't bought it in a while. But anyway, you could boil it, all right? Let it simmer, and I'm telling you, it's a good detox, all right? So just kind of putting that out there, okay? So here we are, abstract. Unraveling the first migrations of anatomically modern humans. Key word, my brothers and sisters, modern humans. You see, people keep missing that. So let me ask you a question. If there is modern human, what happened to pre-modern? People don't think. That's the problem. People don't think for themselves. Okay? I could read any book, any information, and when I'm reading, yes, I'm seeing what I'm reading, but my mind is working something else. That's called critical thinking, because I'm always looking deeper than what the words show me. And that's how you get to the truth. Okay? Unraveling the first migrations of anatomically modern humans out of Africa has been invoked great interest among researchers from a wide range of disciplines. Available fossil, archaeological, and climatic data offer many hypotheses, and as such, genetics, with the advent of genome-wide genotyping and sequencing techniques, and an increase in availability of ancient samples, offers another important tool for testing theories relating to our own history. In this review, now you have to ask yourself, whose history? Like I tell people, when you read, you have to read with understanding and overstanding. If you are under the information, meaning that you're understanding, you won't get it. You have to rise above the information. My question here would be now, when you say history, our own history, what are you talking about? Because his story is not mine. My story predates his story. And only a few people will get this. The brainwashed ones, the indoctrinated ones, they will not get it because they think his story is their story. All right? And when I say he, I'm not necessarily talking about the pale man. I'm talking about the ones who created the pale man, because they created that story. It wasn't the pale man that created his story. They created the story for their children, the pale man. Y'all better recognize. All right? Let us proceed. In this review, we report the ongoing debates. Once again, debates, not argument, but debates, because they're beating each other up, regarding how and when our ancestors left Africa. Now, who's our? That's the question that I'm going to ask. Because your ancestors are not my ancestors. All right? how many waves of dispersal there were and what geographical routes were taken. We explore the validity of each using current genetic literature coupled with some of the key archaeological findings. Anatomically, modern humans out of Africa model waves of migration. Introduction. The origin of humans, remember, human is mankind. They're not talking about man. They're talking about humans. And I'm going to show you what human means. In fact, before we proceed, I just want to kind of clear your mind real quick. All right. And I'm going to show you what human means before we even proceed, because I want you see when I'm reading this, I want you to be able to follow me, the narrative. Okay. So you'll get where I'm going with this. I'm going to show you what human means. Where we have this at, I got it somewhere. All right, here we go. All right. Before we even proceed, because we're going to be seeing human, yes, turmeric. Yes. Thank you, Brother Heru, man. Listen, you're always on point, brother. Always on point. So yes, going back to, I haven't bought turmeric in a while, but I'm going to pick up some tomorrow. So when you cut up the pineapple, take the skin, you put it in the pot, put some ginger, some turmeric, and all moringa, and then you boil it, okay, to a bubble, and then you let it cool off, and then you drink that. You know, you could strain it and you drink that. It's a great purge, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna detox your body. All right, go ahead and do some research on that. So let me stop sharing. I'm gonna show you what a human, or who a human is, or in fact not who, but what a human is. All right, that's why they got y'all calling yourselves humans. And I'm talking about human as in Human. I keep telling you there's a difference between Hueman and Human. You see, everything that I teach, I could prove. I could prove it. Let us rock. Here we go. And this is from, let me see, what dictionary is this? This is from, this is from the Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, 1930. This is a law dictionary. So within law, I'm going to show you what a human being is. Let's read, because you see, like I said, man, my people perish for the lack of knowledge. Okay? Or God's people perish for the lack of knowledge. And I'm using that word God very lightly now. Okay? Human. What it says, from Latin, humanus, equal. It says equal. You see the equal sign, right? I was trying to make this bigger. Let me see if I can make it bigger, because I really want y'all to see this. Let me see if I can make this just a little bit bigger. Here we go. Oh my good. Come on, give it to me, please. Here. Every time I try to make it bigger, it's popping in and out. All right. So, you know, hold up. I'm just going to read it for y'all, right? And you can look it up for yourself. The Ballantyne's, which is Ballantine''S Law Dictionary, 1930. What does it say? Human being, from Latin hominus, equal lesser, a lesser / inferior man or woman, defined legally as an animal or a monster, as distinct from the ancient pre-Vatican Roman term homo, man. You see, when you don't know, you suffer. And I'm going to show you what the etymology of suffer is. And that's why I keep telling my people, it gets so frustrating. You feel me? It gets so frustrating, and it's time draining, and the energy. That's why, you know, my ancestors say, Chief, you know what? Just travel, man. Enjoy the world, because you cannot save these people. They don't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved. And the truth of the matter is, nobody could save you but yourself. Nobody could save you but you. So that's what a human is. So when I tell people I'm not a human, Human, people look at me like I'm crazy. What you mean you're not a human? That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I am a human, Hueman, because hue means color. You see, I'm going to show you everything that I teach. I could prove it to you. I'm not just on here talking because I'm bored. I'm really here bringing the truth and facts to you, because it's imperative that you get this, so that you're able to rise to your true spiritual potential and be the God that you are. There's nothing outside of us. We are the gods. And I'm using that word God very lightly. It's either one or two things. It's either you are an ascended God or you are a fallen God, righteous God or an unrighteous God. There's no in between, man. There's no in between. So when you go talking, why you think humans was fighting for human rights? Because they knew humans were animals. Humans was the beast. It's in your Bible, man. The beast is the human. The beast is the human. And that's why Noah, the God that made the beast, the human, okay, mankind, he regretted that. So he wanted to destroy them. But there was one of them he found favor with. And he said, you know what, man? We're not going to destroy the beast. Let me ask you another question. If Noah was supposed to be the new generation, so to speak, where all the evil that the Lord God said, all the evil and all the unclean stuff on earth was supposed to be purged out and washed out. Let me ask you a question. Why on the ark, this same Lord God said, bring unclean animals? See, y'all don't think. The unclean animal was the beast, the human. It's coded in there, man. That's why I tell people I need to be on an island by myself with just a few people who are willing to step into the truth. And we could just live life and eat fruits and bathe in the river and in the sea all day till this physical body fall, because I can't do this. And I can't be in this stone concrete jungle, perishing with people that don't want to learn the truth, man. I'm not going to do it to myself. I'm not. All right. So this is what human means. I'm going to read it again. All right. Human being, 1930, Ballantyne's Law Dictionary. That's just not any dictionary, in law. So in law, when you call yourself a human, Human, you're calling yourself a beast, a lesser man, a lesser woman, an animal, a monster. Let us read this again before I proceed. Human being, from Latin, humanus, equal, a lesser, inferior man or woman. Defined legally as an animal and or monster, as distinct from ancient pre-Vatican Roman term homo. So homo meant man, and sapien is a type of man. Homo is man. Erectus is a type of man. Y'all get it? All right. So you have Homo sapien, then you have erectus, meaning that the man that stands more, he's more erect. All right. Y'all gonna get it. Look at the word. In the beginning was the word. And if you don't get the word, then you're gonna be lost. Let us proceed. It says, a key rule of law from 14th century describing a fundamental legal fiction. So when you are a human being, you are a legal fiction. This is the notion of an inferior man or woman as an animal, as defined by what? The papal decree. So the papal bull was put in place to make the American Aborigines lesser man, lesser woman, make them human beings. We were not human beings. I keep telling y'all, when I'm teaching, I like to show and prove what I'm talking about. And I promise you, you're not going to see nobody break it down like this. You may see one or two people giving you some information, but trust me, the detail that I give you, I haven't seen anybody doing it. And that's not to brag about anything. I'm just telling you the clarity that I have in my mind. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it because I'm breaking things down from any perspective, whether it's historical, lawful, spiritual. I'm giving it to you and I'm giving you the facts. Now, I am thankful to a lot of people that put information and I could take a few things from here and there and there. That's good. That's great. All right. But giving you a full story of breakdown, I don't see nobody who do it like me. And that's facts. Again. All right. So put some respect on my name. Let us proceed. The papal decree, and therefore not subject to laws of what? Free men. You're not free if you're human. You feel me? So when they gave you the human rights from the UN, they're just giving you certain rights of animals, of the beast, of the monsters, not a free man. See, there's a difference. Okay? But the laws of property. So when you are a human, it's property. Okay? You dig. The decision to create a second word for homo, man, denoting. All right? But anyway, I just want to kind of show you this. All right? Here we go again on formatted text preview. Inferior animal man was crucial to the legal implementation of the Vatican global slave trade, right? From the 14th century to overcome the questions of legality and morality of the Vatican slave trade. All right. So now we're talking about, and for all you Christians who don't think that you are actually a Catholic, think again, because Christianity came from the Catholics. Islam came from the Catholics. Okay. So Judaism came from the Catholics. They are all Abrahamic religions. You just don't know that you're a Catholic. Okay? Because it was the Christians who went around the world with the papal bull, with that decree, the Dum Diversus, that turned free men and women into humans. It was the Christians. All right, then. Now that you know what a human is, let's proceed. Okay? And before I continue, while we are still here, we're going to look at give me 1 second. All right, you absolutely Sophia, you already know what it is. Let me just go here real quick. I want to show you and please don't believe anything I say, man. Do your own due diligence. Don't believe anything that I say. Let's go look at etymology of hue. Okay, so now you see what I'm talking about, right? Etymology of hue. Because hue deals with color. Okay, color. Let us go look at hue, etymology of hue. Let's read this. What does it say? First things first. Remember when I tell you when you look at an etymology of the word, within the first sentence, normally you have the original meaning or the root of the word, what the energy was meant to carry. What does it say? Color. You see this? This is color. So I'm a hue man. Hueman. You dig? So when I keep telling y'all ignorant fools, when you come with your stupidity, that I'm not black, don't test me, man. I'm not black. Because I'm going to get into that as well. All right? Hue, color from appearance, kind, beauty. Earlier, hue. Okay? That's what it means. Skin complexion, man. You see it? Skin complexion. We are talking about ruddy. We are talking about brunette. We are talking about blonde. Remember I told you what blonde meant? Blonde means brown, the golden brown. We are talking about cinnamon. We are talking about cocoa. We are talking about chocolate. That's what we are talking about. And then when we get into who the real Americans are, you'll start seeing those descriptions. Y'all better stop playing with me. Let us proceed. That's hue. When you add man to that, you get the hue, Hueman, man. Those came before Noah. They came before Adam. They were the pre-Adamites. Even though Adam was still a man of color, all right? But you had pre-Adamites, okay? Because all Adam means is ruddy. And I showed you what ruddy meant. Ruddy is a dark brown, a brunette, a cinnamon. That's what ruddy means. So when they tell you about the red Indians, they are not talking about these fake ass natives. They are talking about the copper colored, the brown cinnamon cocoa chocolate Negro of America. All right. Let us proceed. So what I'm going to do now, I want to give me 1 second. Let me just pull something up for y'all real quick, because now we're going to go. Well, you know what? Let us finish reading what we started reading. So let me go into this here. Let's go into this. So let's continue here, because they're gonna be talking about of humans. So now you know what human means, right? So when they tell you humans came from Africa, yes and no, because it's yes and no, because I'm saying yes because people are confusing the black Asiatic with Africans. No, the black Asiatics are not Africans. They're what they are, black Asiatic. The original black man is the Asiatic man. But Americans, we are not black. You see, y'all don't get this. That's the problem. So the Asiatic black man, okay, created their children, all right, on the border of Asia, and a whole continent they created for them called Europe. And then they started migrating towards what is now called Africa, which had many names. Even before Africa, it was called Libya, right? But what people don't know is this. I think every 36,000 years, you have South America and West Africa. They kind of interchange within the forest zones. So within because of the tilt of the earth. So within, I think, about 36,000 years, you have West Africa is literally where certain parts of South Africa is at, and where certain parts of South Africa is, it becomes West Africa. So they're interchangeable. They change positions when that tilt happened, I think almost every 36,000 years. Like I keep telling y'all, I am well studied. All right, let us continue reading. The origins of humans in Africa was famously what? Proposed in the 19th century by Charles Darwin. Before that, nobody was talking about humans coming from Africa. It was proposed. Okay, it was a theory based on the presence of what? Chimpanzees and gorillas in Africa on Huxley's comparative anatomy studies that showed that modern humans and apes shared a common ancestor, and that is a fact. But here's the problem. I am not a human. So my ancestor is not an ape. We did not share that common ancestor. Because the original Asiatic black man, they had to take their DNA with the apes and certain other animals to create their children, which are the humans. Oh, y'all didn't know, huh? Okay, let's read. But once again, that's only started happening in the 19th century, that whole theory of out of Africa, right? Because they were preparing y'all for that whole everybody's from Africa BS. Let us read some more. Darwin argued that the ancestors of modern humans, we keep hearing that word modern humans, arose on the African soil. Now, over 150 years later, genetics, with the advent of genome-wide genotyping and sequencing techniques, coupled with the archaeological evidence, substantially confirms the African origin of the first modern humans, while highlighting many further complexities, in particular with the continuing advancement of these genetic methods and through symbiotic coupling with novel bioinformatic approaches. Researchers are attempting to use genetic information to answer questions of our origin in finer resolution than previously obtainable. You have to ask yourself once again, when they say our, what do they mean? So I just have to break that down for you. Let us go to the next slide, or the next excerpt rather. Okay? Let me go ahead and share my screen. Yep. Let's go to the next one. Out of Africa. Okay, let's read that. This is from Answers in Genesis. All right, that's what it's they have different topics, Adam and Eve, archaeology, Bible characters, Bible contradictions, whatever the case is. I put that link there for y'all. They give a lot of Bible contradictions, okay? A lot. Now let us read here for a second. What does it say? Most secular and anthropologists have long repeated this narrative about human history. We first appeared in Africa, but this supposition has taken another hit with the discovery of ancient stone tools in Sangin site in central China. The excavation uncovered 96 artifacts, including pieces of stone with sharpened and pointed edges. What makes this artifact special is the age associated with their setting. They are supposedly 2.1 million years old, which is at least 250 years older than any Homo artifacts found in Eurasia to this date. So now they're talking about they have even found archaeological research. They have found proof that the evidence that goes back even further than the Homo. Remember, Homo means man, right? Than in Africa over 250 years in China. So now they're changing that narrative, right? But China is on the continent of Asia. So we're still going back to Asia, right? Still going back to the Sumerian story. The Sanken artifacts are the latest in a long line of findings that have often been dismissed and ignored because they contradict the evolutionary out of Africa theory. Check this out. In 1978, for instance, a skull 260 years old based on secular dating assumptions was found in the central province of Shanxi or Shanxi. All this conflict with the standard story that early humans left Africa less than a million years ago, and the modern Homo sapiens left Africa about 120 years ago and didn't enter Asia until around 6,000 years ago, right? As the evidence piles up, many scientists continue to dismiss these findings because they don't make sense within the predominant narrative. Another idea is gaining traction, however, especially in China, Homo sapiens evolved in Asia, making it the actual cradle of life. Didn't I just show you that's what the Bible said? Didn't I just show you that's what the story of Gilgamesh said? All right? So, using the Bible, I debunked the out of Africa whole story, right? Going back to the Sumerian story, which is at least 3,500 years older, to the Bible story. And I showed you already in videos where the Noah story came from, the story of Ziusudra. That's where it was plagiarized from. 3,500 years older than Noah. Okay? I put that information in the link below. But I'm just going to finish up this paragraph and we're going to continue. And we're going to continue because we have a whole lot more to cover. A more moderate view proposed by Maria Martinon Torres, director of the National Research Center on Human Evolution in Spain, is the ancestors of modern humans, ancestral hominins, originated in the centrally located Middle East and spread out to Africa and Asia from there. You see, they're always talking about Asia and Africa, never about America, because why? America is a whole different race by itself. You see, y'all don't get this. You don't get this because you don't realize that we are the original man that ever set foot on this earth was here in what's called the Americas. Okay? And that was the righteous seeds. You feel me? And then it was only millions of years later, the unrighteous seeds fell. And they fell in Asia, those black devils. All right? And they created their children and they moved into Africa. You see, y'all gonna learn. But let us proceed. All right, let us continue. Let me see where I'm going to take y'all next. I'm not going to get into that just now. All right, I'm going to go into the concordance because I told y'all there's a difference between man and mankind. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take this. Here we go. And let us look at mankind. Let's pull this up real quick. All right, put that in here. Boom. We're going to look at mankind, man. Mankind. Let us do this. Mankind. Let me see where we have it. Mankind, nature, man after the manner of man. Boom. Mankind. Let us go. People think this is a game, man. It's not a game. All right. Let me go into now your Bible lexicon. If y'all don't think there's a mankind in the Bible, let's go to your Bible lexicon. Y'all think Chief be playing, huh? Nah, I don't play, man. When I give you that work, I'm giving you that work. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving you that work. Okay? I'm gonna give you that work. After all this, do what you want to do, because guess what? I promise you, I will never do a video ever again in detail on YouTube doing this, or even Facebook. No. This is the last time I'm doing it, because I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Man. It's frustrating. Okay? And I'm not mad at you, because I get the indoctrination part, but for crying out loud, when people give you the facts, at least open up your mind, man. Open up your mind. Let us go into your Bible letter, or your blue letter Bible. You know what the blue letter Bible is? The lexicon, going back to the original Hebrew and Aramaic. Let me show you. Mankind. Okay? What does it say? You have the first one. It says, you have the lexicon G442. What does it say? Anthropinos, man's after the manner of man, of common to man, mankind. Okay? What does it say again? Mankind. Asanokiotes, abuser of oneself with mankind. Defile yourself with mankind. Didn't I go into and break down the whole homosexual thing in the Bible, that man should not mess with man? I broke that down to y'all. That's what the Bible was talking about. Okay? I broke it down. Go look back at the videos. But let us look at mankind here for a second. Okay? Let's go look at mankind here for a second. Let's see what it says, man. Let's see what it says. And now we're looking at the Greek. Not Greek, but Hebrew and Aramaic. Okay? What does it say? Boom. Human. Even in your Bible speaks of the beast, the human, the monster, in your Bible. So when you see they were talking about the beast, which thing they was talking about? The beast have different meanings in your Bible in different verses. That's why English language is a very dangerous language. Okay? What does it say here? Human. And what does human means? And look at what it says. Apply to things belonging to men. So therefore, mankind, humans belong to man. They came from man. That's what your Bible is telling you, man. And I'm giving you the proof here again. Okay, I'm giving you the proof right from your Bible lexicon. Are you not entertained? Because I don't know what else you want. But we got a whole lot more to go. We have a whole lot more to go. All right, boom. Let's stop sharing that. Let us stop sharing that. We are going to go into, so we know that I've just broke down this whole Africa thing. It's a bunch of BS. All right, so just know that. All right. Let us go look at, so we already looked at hue. We are going to look at, African American. All right, let's get into African American here for a second. All right. Let me see. Did I have it? African American. Let me see. African American. That's what we're going to do. African American. Because even African American has an etymology. Let's get into that. All right. Let's get into that. African American. Ooh, man. Yes, they are Bible leprechauns indeed. All right. See, what you'll realize is a lot of the men I'm talking about man now. That was in the Bible. They were writing their laws telling their subjects, listen, don't sleep with mankind, humans, okay, as you would with humankind. So they were telling them, you can't sleep with the mankind, but you could sleep with the womankind. It's in your Bible, man. I showed y'all the video. I broke it down for y'all. Okay, I broke it down for you. The Bible never said that humans or mankind, man and man should not sleep together. They never said that. They never said that was an abomination. It said man sleeping with mankind is an abomination, as he would sleep with a woman or a womankind. So they were still giving this, the man was still giving themselves permission to sleep with the female beast. See, y'all don't read with understanding, man. It's in the book. But let's go look at the etymology of African American, because African American has an etymology. All right, let's read that. Let's read that. And thank you to Jesse Jackson for bringing it back in 1988. But most people think that African American is originated with Jesse Jackson. No, my brothers and sisters. Okay, African American came from the colonization society. You feel me? Guess what? Colonization society, which was the Teachers Association in 1969. They were the one who actually created the Teachers Association, the Colonization Society. So all your education, your brainwashing came from the Colonization Society. And guess what the Colonization Society did again? They created the colony of Liberia to send indigenous original Americans into Liberia to set up the colony of Liberia. They send them to Sierra Leone. They send them to Asia, not Asia, Europe. But that's another video. African American etymology, right? There are isolated instances from the late 18th to 19th centuries, but the modern use is a reinvention. A reinvention, meaning that it was already invented, right? A reinvention first attested in 1969. So for a lot of you that's talking, oh, well, Jesse Jackson was the one who created African American. No, he didn't. Okay? That was literally attested in 1969 in reference to what? The African American Teachers Association, which became what? The preferred term in some circles for what? U.S. Black. Okay? It says the preferred term. It never said that's what we were. Okay? It never said that's what we were. No, I'm saying we here as to include myself, but I could exclude myself because I am not a U.S. Black. Okay? I was born in the islands, but still in North America. All right? But it was a preferred term by the Teachers Association that came from the Colonization Society, right? To call my brothers and sisters in the U.S. African American in 1969. All right, but it was the modern use of it in 1988 was a reinvention that Jesse Jackson brought back. Let us proceed. Now it says, see African plus American. African American is now very commonly used in the Negro press. African American is attested in 1853 in Freeman's publication in Canada. Now, what does it say here? African American, 1817 as a noun, 1826 as an adjective was common in the abolitionist and the colonization society writings. So you see, it never said we were African Americans. It said it was a preferred term based on the false narrative that we came from Africa. Okay? It was a false narrative. It was a theory. I have debunked the whole idea or the theory that even man or human, H-U-E-M, came from Africa. I debunked that. All right? So now you know what African American is. Now I seen that there's a TikTok video talking about African American being patent, and they give the patent number The number that they gave is actually insolvent, meaning that it's not in operating, or it's not legitimate. Because why? They did not put all the documents that was needed to get the patent, but they resubmitted it and they got the patent. So let me show you that African American is actually patent, and I'm going to show it to you right now. Okay, I'm going to show it to you right now. Boom. Let's close that out, and we're going to look at the patent. Where do we have that? All right, boom. So if you want to continue to be these things, man, be these things. I cannot help you no more. I'm just giving you the facts, man. I'm just giving you the facts. I'm giving you the facts. And I promise you, I'm giving you the facts. Here we go. And this is a legitimate trademark. It's a legitimate trademark, right? Legitimate. Let's go. I put all that in the description for you so you could do your own due diligence, because if you don't teach your children, what do you think is going to happen? The perpetual cycle of slavery is going to continue. And we're going to get into slavery too, because I got to jump into the 13th Amendment. We're going to, like I said, we're going to be on here for a couple of hours. So just prepare yourself, all right? We're in school right now, okay? Let us go. The African American trademark, and it has a registration number. This is the registration number. The serial number right here is 8649128. And the registration number is 5110350. The word mark, African American, status is 700, and it's registered. So this one, they actually accept the registration, and it's actually a full patent. The one you see floating on TikTok, all right, that registration number or the serial number, it was invalid. Because why? They were missing certain criteria to get the full patent, but they had to resubmit it. All right. And that status is its status is filed. It was filed in 2014, the 12th of December 29th. So I'm showing you, when you call yourself all these things, African Americans, let me show you what it means. All right. And I'm going to show you what, when you call yourself black, also what it means. If you want to continue down this path of ignorance, then my brothers and sisters, you cannot say you didn't know. You cannot say Chief did not teach it to you. You cannot say others like me that are doing the same thing, because I'm not the only one. So I have to give credit to everybody else who's doing it. And many of you on here are doing it. And thank you for that. You feel me? So it says the registration, so the filing date was actually 2014. But normally when you file a patent, you could file your patent, right? And then before the registration, or before they give you the registration, you have to show that, you know, it's being, you know, you like you are using it, right? Because if you do a patent and you're not using it, meaning that it's not active, then they will not give you the patent, right? But if you are using it after they do the search, whatever the case is, then they will give you a registration date, meaning that they grant you the patent and it's registered. So with that being said, I'm giving you the difference between the filing date and the registration date. So the filing date was 2014 of December 29th, but the registration date was 2016 December 12th. December 27th, right? It says the mark drawing, it gives you you have to give the description of the drawing, right? And the employment name, the person who, or the employee name is Reagan John B. The attorney that dealt with the patent was Charles J. Long. Statements indicating color not claimed, because when you do a patent, they're not going to claim the color of your drawing or your insignia, right? Not your insignia, but your logo, whatever the case is, well, which is an insignia as well. They're not going to give you the color, but just the mark. Okay, just the mark. Disclaimer with predetermined African American. Description of the mark. The mark consists of a stylized outline, blah, blah, blah. So they're breaking that down, right? And the goods and services. They have mouse pads. They have bibs for paper stationery. They have mugs. They have bibs, not of paper, t-shirts, goods and services, beef, canned vegetables, chicken, and pork. Goods, barbecue sauce, coffee, hot sauce, tea, goods, fruit flavored drinks, soft, namely sodas. Classification, they give it to you, whatever the case is. So when you call yourself an African American, even if it does not necessarily say human, but since you it does not say human, but since a human is also a beast, an animal, then pork and chicken, you fall under the criteria of African American under that patent or under that trademark. So now you have your children going to school and your children are being considered pork, humans, animals, because now there's a patent, there's a trademark. Huh. Like I said, man, my people perish for lack of knowledge. But you know what? All you could do, Chief, is just give it to them, man. Give it to them and let them do what they want to do with it. I cannot force you to see the truth. All right, so we've dealt with that. Boom. Where else are we going to go? I'm going to go into, I'm not going to go into the 13th Amendment just yet. We are going to go into, all right, so we are going to go into black, okay? Black, the etymology of black. All right, etymology of black. Etymology of black. Etymology of black. Here we go. All right, and we're gonna just one particular word, what black means. All right, so we're gonna get into that. Okay, the etymology of black: absolutely dark, absorbing all light, of color, of sort, or cold. Now, that is not true. Scientifically, black does not absorb all light. Black only absorbs the light on the light spectrum, on the visible light spectrum. All right, that's why things appear black. But let us go down here. All right, it says black, burn, shine, whatever the case is. Let's go look at the same root. The same root produced Blake, which is what? Pale. So you see, when I tell you I'm not black, I'm telling you that for a whole lot of reasons. Black means pale. All right? I'm not pale. I am a human. Hueman. I am not a human because that's what black means. An human, a human, a pale being. You see it right there? I just put that in highlights right there in blue, so you could see it. It says pale. Now let us go look at where black actually came from, which I've shown you before, but for the purpose of this lesson, I'm going to show it to you again. Okay? Black. It was even before it was called black, it was what? SWAT or SWAT. Let's look at SWAT. Boom, click on that. Now, if that's what you want to be, so be it, man. But I'm just trying to show you the energy that you're attracting to yourself. Okay? Let this thing populate here for a second. Here we go. So black, before it was black, black came from SWAT. We're talking about the energy of that word, right? SWAT, black, dark, of night, clouds, also figurative, wicked, infamous, right? Dirty, dark, black. Now, it came from what source? So black, that etymology of that word, the energy of that word. We're talking about an energy right now, right? It came from SWAT, which means dirty, wicked, infamous. And even that word SWAT came from sordid. Let's dive a little deeper. Sordid. What does sordid means? Sordid. What does it say here? Sordid, of a bodily sore. Leprosy. That's pale. Okay? What does it say now? Dirty, filthy, foul, vile, mean, base. Dirty to be shabby. Sawdust, dirt, filth. From root, sordo, black, dirty. So if that's what you want to be, then so be it, man. Yes, be proud of it. But I'm not going to do this with you because I'm not black. I'm not black. I'm not sordid. I am not SWAT. No, that's not me. That's not my nature. I'm a loving man. I'm a righteous man. I'm the totally opposite of black. See, y'all don't get it, man. And when people make an attempt to teach you, then you want to get defensive. Oh, well, you're not proud to be black. You're absolutely right, because I'm not. Well, you're not proud to be African. You're absolutely right, because I'm not. Let us proceed. Let us proceed, man. So when these things happen to you and you want to blame it on your skin, no, don't blame it on your skin, man. No, blame it on your thoughts. Because that's the reason why you perish. Not because of the color of your skin, man. No. Don't blame it on your beautiful brown skin. And guess what? Everybody's brown. You just got different shades of brown. Let us continue. So we saw what black really means. Okay? Boom. We are going to go into, all right? Boom. Let's pull this up. Here we are. Here we are. Let this thing populate here for a second. Black means dead in law. I've shown you this over and over again, but because of the purpose of this lesson, we are going to go over it once more. Okay? You know, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Because that's what black means. Celibataire matus. Let's go to Black's Law Dictionary and see exactly what that is. Here we go. Click on that. All right. What does celibataire matus means? You see, matus deals with the mortuary. It deals with the dead. Okay. Just like mortgage. Mortgage means a dead pledge. We shouldn't be having mortgages, but you know what? People are caught up in the system. All right. But that's a whole nother story. Let us go into celibataire matus, the legal definition, right? Definition and legal meaning. Here we are. Civilly dead. Dead in the view of the law. The condition of one who has lost his civil rights and capacities and is accounted dead in law. So when you call yourself black, you call yourself African American, you are celibataire matus. You are civilly dead. My brothers and sisters, when the police pull you over, they see a dead man walking. Okay? A dead man walking. And all they need is an excuse to make it literal. That's why they could pow and get away with it. Because you are a human. Because you are a beast. Because you are black. Because you are sordid. Because you are SWAT. Because you are celibataire matus, dead in the eyes of the law. And now you're absolutely right, my sister. Dead men have no rights. Dead men have no rights. But you're thinking, well, I'm speaking literally. No. It's not literal in the sense that you're 6 feet deep. No. But it's literal in the eyes of the law. You are dead. And for some reason, it's just not clicking with y'all, because I'm not saying everybody, right? Because they're teaching you that you're black and they're teaching that you're from Africa. Because what they did was they attached Africa to black. So it becomes automatic. Africa, black, slave. It's automatic. So all of y'all think, well, not all, but the majority of y'all think, well, we came from Africa. No. Because you were enslaved doesn't mean that you came from Africa as a slave. Every ethnic group on the planet was enslaved at one time. As a matter of fact, the enslavement is still here. Because anytime anybody could tell you when to travel or you can travel, then you're still a slave. When they control your money, you're still a slave. When we are paying rent, we're still slaves. When we are paying light bills, we're still slaves. When we are buying water, we're still slaves. My sister, is not clicking because people is cognitive dissonance, right? Anytime somebody gives you truth that challenges your foundation of what you believe to be true, the first thing that happens is you start stepping into your lower chakra, which is the root chakra. And the root chakra is always defensive. It deals with security. It's fearful. It's fear-based. So they automatically step into their lower chakra and they make you the enemy. That's what they do. And ignorant people are very dangerous, but yet still they could be the most blissful people if they are willing to learn. Let us proceed. So now I'm giving you the step by step, the narrative, so you could truly see where I'm coming from with all of this, right? Let us stop. Well, you're absolutely right. They aren't like us because they are not us. It is really that simple, so I agree. Let us proceed. And that is why there is something called the color of law that deals with people who want to be a color. So I'm going to show you this real quick. Let's go deal with the color of law. I've shown you Salivite Matus. I've shown you humans. Now I'm going to show you what the color of law is, because it deals with humans. Now, because of these humans, it doesn't mean that you don't have rights. I'm also going to you have some type of privileges, and you have certain laws or codes that will enable you to use those codes to kind of like protect your privileges. So I'll give you those as well. All right. I don't want to just give you the so-called bad parts and not give you certain situations or certain remedies. Right. So I'll give you a couple of those. All right. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to talk about the color of law. So the Black Christian codes, which I already broke down, is also, color of, it deals with color of law. People who want to be a color. So here we are, color of law. What does it mean, color of law? Color of law. Okay, and we're looking at color of law. The appearance or semblance. Okay, let us take our time and read this. The appearance or semblance, comma, without the substance, comma, of legal right. I want you to read this, read it with me again. Color of law. The appearance or semblance. An appearance means it's not the same thing, but it appears to be. Semblance means in the likeness of. Okay? Semblance, it resembles of legal right. So therefore, Black people that want to be a color, that's how you are being governed, by the color of law. It is not real law. You are being governed by a legal system. It appears to be law. It resembles law. It appears to be law, but it doesn't have the substance of law. I don't know how much more I could break it down to you for you to truly comprehend this and the dangers of calling yourself Black or African American. It is very dangerous, not just physically, but spiritually. Okay? So you're being governed and you're being dealt with by the color of law. Not law. It's a semblance. It's a legal system that they're using to deal with you because you are a legal fiction. All right? Let's proceed. Boom. So like I said before, I am also going to give you a couple of US codes where you could at least, even if you still think you're black, you could still use, you know, to a certain extent, right? So you could still protect your privileges to a certain extent. So we're going to look at Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 241, Conspiracy Against Rights. I would rather say privileges, but rights, right? Because you have no rights. So it says, if two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right, not just some right, but any right or privileges secured to him by the Constitution or the laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway or on the premises of another with intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privileges so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisonment not more than 10 years or both. So you could use that to protect yourself to an extent from the policy enforcers. So please pay attention to this Title 18 Code, Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 241. Okay, I'm going to give you another one, Section 242. Let me close that out. All right, same Title 18, but this one is Section 242. Here we are. Let it populate. Here we go. Okay. U.S. Code, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. I just showed you what color of law is, right? Okay. Whosoever, under the color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties on account of such person being an alien or by reason of his color or race than are prescribed for the punishment of citizens, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. And if bodily injury results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if any such acts include the use, attempted use, or threatened use of a dangerous weapon, explosives, or fire, shall be fined under the title or imprisonment not more than 10 years or both. And if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, if such acts include kidnapping, when ACS come take your children, guess what? They could do it because why? You're under the color of law. You call yourself Black or African American, right? But if you did not identify as that, that's kidnapping. And even if, regardless of your color, what you choose to be, they kidnap your children, guess what it says? Or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or maybe what, sentenced to death. You see, y'all don't know the laws or these codes. So these people are getting away with literally murder. All right. So I just want to kind of share that with y'all. Let us proceed. Boom. Let us proceed. So now what we're going to do is we are going to step more so into the 13th Amendment. Why? It is absolutely necessary, according to the corporation, before your children reaches the age of 11, 12, 13. Why? they are going to have, or why they want them to have a police record. Let's go into the 13th Amendment real quick, because y'all think this is a game. It's not a game. The 13th Amendment. Here we are. 13th Amendment. What does it say? 13th Amendment, Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude. There's a comma. When you read, you have to read with understanding. Okay? Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except, you see, there's a provision. So therefore, slavery can be legal. Okay? Slavery can be legal because there's an exception in the Constitution in the 13th Amendment. Except is the provision. Let's read this again. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, comma, provision, except as a punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Okay? It says, the 13th Amendment prohibits slavery and involuntary servitude in all places subject to the U.S. jurisdiction. Since the state ratified the amendment in 1865, the Supreme Court has decided cases interpreting the prohibition clause and applying it to various forms of government or blah, 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 right? But the bottom line is this, okay? It says, wherever particular burdens imposed on individual constitute prohibited badges or incidents of slavery and the meaning of involuntary servitude, right? So basically they're telling you this. Slavery or involuntary servitude, meaning that against your own will, is prohibited in the United States under any circumstances except a punishment for a crime. Now, the question is, what's a crime? Let's see if we could find that out. Let's see if we could find out what a crime is. Give me 1 second here. Let me see. Legal definition of crime. Okay, Cornell. Let me see if I could pull that up, what it says. Let's pull this up and see what a crime is. And exactly, Brother Heru, see, that's the problem. They make statutes and codes and ordinances a crime, but it's not. A crime is only when you have harmed someone, damaged somebody's property, or defraud someone. That's the only time a crime is committed. Everything, statutes, codes, ordinances, they're not crimes. They're not crimes. Okay? Now, can it lead up to a crime? Yes, it sure can, but it's not a crime. So let us look at what crime means. It says, a crime is a behavior that is punishable as a public offense. The elements of a crime generally comes from statutes, but may also be supplied by the common law in states where the criminal common law still carries force. Crime is a behavior either by act or omission defined by a statutory or common law as deserving of a punishment or penalty. Although most crimes require the element of intent, certain minor crimes may be committed based on strict liability, even if the defendant had no specific mindset, blah, 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 right? So we're just basically seeing that a crime is basically a punishment, but it says as a public offense, right? If we click on offense, what does it say? Offense is a legal term used to refer to conducts or omissions that violate and are punishable under criminal law. The term offense, criminal offense, and crime are often used as interchangeable synonyms. The term offense may be frequently used to describe a minor crime. So you see, they're not giving you a specific, but when you deal with common law, within common law, a crime, because it did mention common law, a crime is when you harm someone, damage somebody's property, or you have defrauded someone. Those are the three criterias lawfully as a crime. A speeding ticket is not a crime. A red light ticket is not a crime. Okay? Yes. Whether the state recognize common law, they don't have a choice but recognize common law, because guess what? The United States, the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, acknowledges common law, because the supreme law of the land are through treaties and through the Supreme Courts. And the Supreme Courts acknowledge common law. So therefore, the individual states, they cannot refuse common law. But they don't want you to know that. That's why you are dealing with all these minor courts, which are de facto courts. But that's a whole nother story. But to answer your question, Bonatilia, yes. Okay. No, common law is across the board. They may not want you to know it, but as long as they claim to be part of the United States, as long as they plan to be, they consider to be part of the United States, then the supreme law of the land, common law, stands. Okay, it stands. It doesn't matter whether they call itself a commonwealth or not. It is still part of the United States. All right, just so you know. Now let's proceed. Let us proceed here for a second. We have a little more to go. Mm, 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 mm. Let me see if I could find this. I've shown it to you before, but trying to find it for you. Give me 1 second. Oh, it's Bonita. Okay. Oh, you said it's Bonita. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, it's Bonita. All right, Bonita. All right. I appreciate that. Thanks for the correction on that. My apologies. All right, so let me see. Let me see if I can find that for you. Give me 1 second. Um, in general. I'm trying to find this code before I move on, but allow me to find this code. I know I had it before. All right, maybe I'll proceed. I'll guess I'll let me see general terms. I guess I'll find it some other way. All right. Oh, give me 1 second. I think I could find it. Give me 1 second. What's that code? Who is that code? Okay, I'll have to leave that alone and come back to it. I wanted to find something, but I can't find it, so it's fine. It's gonna come to me. Cornell. Let me see if I can find that here. If I can't, I'm gonna make one more attempt. If I can't find it, then I'll just have to continue and probably drop that in another video. All right, so it's not here. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna continue. So let me just leave that alone. All right, so right now we've gone through the whole debunking the African American, I mean the whole out of Africa theory, debunk all of that. We are going to go into right now. We're going to go into close that out. Human dispersed of Africa. We already went through that. I appreciate that, Brother Hero, no doubt. So what we're going to do now, we are going to do a little more reading and from different sources, which we already know what America means, right? We already know what American means. Like I told y'all before, American is a race. But we're going to do a little bit of reading here for a second. And we're going to go just the description of when Giovanna came into the Americas in 1524. He gave a description of the people he found in America. So we're going to go through that real quick. Now, here's a little tip. When you doing some research, right? If you find a book and you find a PDF, if you want to find specific words or you're looking for something specifically, what you do is this, right? On the very top right corner, you'll see three little dots. I'm not sure if it's on, it should be on everybody's computer. You'll see where it says update, but you'll see three little dots. You tap on that dot, right? And then it will, a little drop down menu will fall. And then it's going to give you options like a new tab, a new window, new incognito window, history, downloads, etc., etc. You'll see one little tab that says find. You could tap on find, right? And when you tap on find, you will see a little search bar comes up. Put in the word that you're looking for. All right. When you put in the word, it's going to give you all the places in that book or that PDF where that word is at. So you don't have to spend 10 hours looking for one particular thing in a book. So just a little clue. It went, for people that love to research, such as myself. All right. So here we go. So we are going to this is Varazona. Okay. In 1524, when he came into the Americas, he described the people that he saw in 1524. It says right here, we're going to read up to here. Okay. Right here, the highlighted section that was in 1524. Okay. It says, and this is a letter that he sent to the King of France. They go completely naked, except that around the loins, they wear skins of small animals like matins, with a narrow belt of grass around the body, to which they tie various tails of other animals, which hang down to the knees. The rest of the body is bare, and so is the head. Some of them wear garlands of bird feathers. They are dark in color. It says what? Not unlike the Ethiopians. Not unlike means similar to, with thick black hair, not very long, tied back behind the head like a small tail. Okay, let me just tell her I'll call her back. Give me 1 second. All right. Now that was in 1524. This is Varazona writing a letter to the King of France, giving him the description of the people that he saw in the Americas. When he first came to the Americas, he said that they were dark in complexion, not unlike the Ethiopians. Now, not unlike may confuse some of you that don't study and read, with what I call uh, 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 conductive reasoning. You see, when you study that way, you're able to see what exactly it's saying, opposed to what your mind is telling you it's saying. So not unlike, meaning similar to. But Chief, how can you prove that? Let us prove it. Okay. Now I don't know if you know what Ethiopians look like, but they don't look like these natives to me that you see today. So somebody got some explaining to do. All right. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Let me pull this up real quick. Come on. Because I like to prove everything that I say, right? Because I tell people it's the best way to teach, and I found that out in teaching all these years. You have to give people the facts. You have to give them the facts. Give them, teach it to them like they're babies, and that's what I'm doing. And by no means I'm calling you babies, but like I said, like they're babies, right? Because what did the book say? Go back to being a baby. Go back to that innocent phase or that stage of innocence, right? So I'm taking you back to innocence. Hopefully you're able to clear your mind from all the indoctrination and all the nonsense that you were taught and accept the truth for what it is. Let me go ahead and share that to you, or share that for you rather. All right. Well, yeah, share it to you. Yeah. All right. So it says what? What did Varazona say? They are dark in color, unlike the Ethiopians. Well, let's see what unlike means. What does it say? Unlike. What is the definition of unlike? It says definition, similar to. That's what it means. So if we were compared in 1524, before there was this whole talking about slaves coming from Africa and all that, if the people that Varazona saw, and he said, man, these people look like the Ethiopians. How is that you're going to tell me these pale natives are the original Americans? Man, listen, man. Y'all need to stop the nonsense, okay? Because I'm not the one, okay? Ethiopians, I'm not the one, man. Hold up. Ethiopians. I just want, no. Okay, here we go. Okay. Let us look at what the complexion of Ethiopians are, because some of you may still be confused. Some of you may still be confused. Because if Varazona said in 1524, these people, their complexion were dark skinned, and they had complexions like Ethiopians. Let's see what some of the Ethiopians look like. Here we go. See that? See the complexion? People of color. Okay, you see them? They're all Ethiopians. Even the dark brown ones, they're all Ethiopians. So if in 1524, We were compared to the complexions of Ethiopians. Once again, you tell me, who are these pale natives? But no, Chief, oh, we came from Africa. Really? Now, you came from Africa, not me. All right. So that's from Varazona, right? Giovanni Varazona. Let me show y'all something real quick. Mm, 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 mm. I've shown you before, but for the purpose of this video, this lesson, I'm gonna show it to you again. Let us go to the observations of concerning the increase of mankind. Now, we just went all the way to 1524. I'm gonna even take you into more recent times, 1751, and that's coming from what you call it, Benjamin Franklin. Okay. In 1751, I took you all the way back to 1524, but let us go into more recent times, all right? And this is observation concerning the increase of mankind, 1751, all right, coming from Benjamin Franklin. We are going to go all the way down. I think it's probably 20 or 24, but we're going to break that down here a little bit. Let's go all the way down. I think to 20 or 24. All the way down. Is it 20 or is it 24? This section of the nation. I think it might be 24, if I'm not mistaken. 24. Not the number of purely people in the world. Here we go. Let's highlight that here for a second. Boom. We're going to highlight that, right? This is this paragraph that I'm highlighting right here that we're going to read. Okay. That came from Benjamin Franklin in 51, right? It says, which leads me to add remark. That's Benjamin Franklin talking about the increase of mankind, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. In other words, Benjamin Franklin is saying that people of color are the majority on earth in the world, right? And people that are considered, even if they're not white, but considered pure white or pure pale people, all right, they are proportionally very, very small. It says, all Africa is black or tawny, so we're dealing with colored people. It says, Asia is chiefly tawny. We are dealing with colored people. We are not talking about these Asians that you're talking about now. We are talking about the original Asians. They still exist, but they will not show you that. What does it say? America. Let us highlight just the America part. Because, like I tell people, here we go. What does it say? America exclusively of the newcomers' woolly soul. Exclusively of the newcomers. Who are the newcomers? They're talking about the pale people and these natives. Okay? But apart from that, guess what? It says they were black and tawny. What does it also say? In Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are what? Generally of a swarthy complexion. I'm not sure if you know what swarthy means. Swarthy means dark skin. So when you're talking about the Caesar of Russia and all of them, they were dark-skinned people. People of color. Humans. H-U-E. Okay? But we're just focusing here on America. It says America, just like Asia and Africa, black or tawny. America is woolly soul. Let us see what woolly soul means. Woolly so. What does it mean, Chief? What does it mean? What does what does woolly so mean? Hmm. What does woolly so mean? What does it say? What does it say, Chief? It says woolly so means to the full extent or entire extent, completely. So if in 1524, what you would call it, Varazona said that these people, they look like Ethiopians in complexion, they're dark skinned. And we go all the way to 1751. Benjamin Franklin says what? Guess what, man? These people are black, tawny like the Africans. They are woolly so, except the newcomers, meaning that the pale people. But what does woolly so means? Woolly so means to the full extent or what? Entire extent, completely. So if Benjamin Franklin is also telling you that, and we know Benjamin Franklin also came in part of the United States. If he's confirming that, what was said in all the way in 1524. So where's this whole slave ship coming in? Talking about we came from Africa. We were already here. This is our motherland. In fact, this is the motherland of man, of the human, Hueman, not the motherland of Human or mankind. See, y'all getting this messed up. Y'all getting this messed up because nobody's teaching you that like that, right? All right. So let us proceed. Boom. We got that. Exactly. Well, just to Trey Wood, just so you know, when they said we look like Ethiopians, they said the complexion. That's why they said dark. So it is more so from a complexion perspective and not the phenotype, because our phenotype is not Ethiopian. Ethiopian look differently from different people in Africa, but they want to put everybody in one bunch. You see, just like you said. But I just wanted to kind of emphasize when they were making the reference, they were talking about complexion more so, opposed to the phenotype in terms of physiognomy, facial features, whatever the case is. You know what I mean? So I just want to kind of point that out. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go into the Noah Webster's 28 dictionary, which a lot of you may be familiar with. Okay. And we're going to put in American. And that was in what? 18. I'm going to even take you even further. Not further, but even into more recent time. But all this is supposedly happening during the heights of slavery, because slavery was still going on in the 1700s. But yet still in 1751, this is what Benjamin Franklin said. America was black and tawny, except for the newcomers. So let me ask you a question. Where did this so-called black and tawny and swarthy people come from? If it was already so, except for the newcomers. And even in 1828, slavery was still booming. But here goes another pale man telling you what America means. Let's look at America, man. Let's look at America, what it means. And I've already done this, but we're going to do it again for the purpose of this bill, because everything, we're tying everything, and we're bringing this into a 360 right now, right? Here we go. American, a native of America, originally, keyword, originally applied to the Aboriginals. Okay? What is an Aboriginal? The first inhabitant of a particular area, or the copper-colored, the brunette, the ruddy, the red. When they keep telling you red, you got it confused thinking red is those people. No, they're talking about, and I showed you what brunette and red means. I showed you reddy, what ruddy means. And I'm going to show it to you for the purpose of this build once more. Okay? It says a Native of America originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here in America by the Europeans. Now, that is a very tricky term right here, Europeans, because you may be under the impression that they're talking about the pale European. No, Europeans is a general statement that includes the so-called black, tawny, swarthy Europeans that came here in 1492 and even before that, doing commerce with our people. And we are talking about the Sephardic Jews, and we're talking about the Blackamoors and the Moors. I'm gonna get into that too, because we're diving into all this because Moors have this theory that we are more, every so-called dark-skinned individual is a Moor. No, we are not. That is your term. If you're going to deal with more from a complexion perspective, you might as well call yourself black or brown. Why do you want to use that specific term more? That is trickery, man. And y'all want to get emotional as you want. I'm going to give the truth because we're going to get into the etymology of more as well. Because if you're going to use the Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary to define American, then why not use it to define more? If you're going to use the etymology online to define American, why, and different words, because you Moors are very deep into etymology, why not use it to define more as well? Stop playing these games with me, man. Okay? This is not Almoraco. No, it was never that. I know how all that came about because y'all came in and fought our ancestors and plant your flags. I know the truth. I know the truth. Okay? So tell that to people who don't know. But we're going to get into that next. So what does it say? Found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. Key word again, born, means a native. In other words, they're telling you they traded places with you, the Aboriginals, the copper-colored. All right? Let us proceed. Here we are. Google. Let's look at this. I've already done this, but I'm going to show it to you again for the purpose of this build. Big up, Zazie. For the purpose of this build, we're going to show you what it means when you see all these complexions, brunette. All right? We're going to go through a few descriptions right now because I've already shown this to you, but we're going to show it to you. Brunette animals. You see what brunette looks like? Brown, dark skin. All right? Let's go look at ruddy animals. All right? Ruddy animals. I've shown you before. You see what ruddy looks like? This is what ruddy animals look like. This is what they look like. Okay? This is what they look like. That's what ruddy looks like. So don't allow people to fool you with these terms and these terminologies, man. That's what they look like. That's the complexion of the people that they saw here in the Americas. Let's go look at a ruddy bull, which I've shown you before, but I'm going to show you again for the purpose of this build. A ruddy bull. Here we go. Even the dark-skinned bull is ruddy. That's what ruddy means, dark skin. Okay? That's what it means. All righty. We are going to go back now into the Noah while we're still here. I didn't mean to get rid of this, but we're going to go into the Noah, Webster's 1828. Okay? We're going to get back into that online because now we're going to deal with the Moors. Now, if the Noah Webster dictionary gave you the meaning or the definition of American, then that same dictionary give you the definition of Moor. Nowhere in any type of historical, factual, work, okay, that Moor is associated with America. We are not that, okay? And I'm going to touch a few things that's going to, you know, get people into their feelings. And that's cool if you get into your emotions, but I deal with facts over feelings. You feel me? I don't deal with the emotions. I deal with facts over feelings. You did? And that's what we're going to get into right now. More. What does it say? First things first. The first definition of a more in the Noah Webster's 20 dictionary is what? A tract of land overrun with heath. Now, let's go look at what heath means. Well, I'm just going to look it up and I'll tell you what it means because I want to stay on this window. With right meaning. Heath. What's the meaning of heath? Here we go. Heath means British, an area of open, uncultivated land, especially in Britain. So now we're dealing with blackamoors. That's where they came from. Blackamoors came from blackamoors, not Moors. Moors did not come from Britain. The blackamoors came from, in other words, a derivative of the Moors, okay? Because you have North African Moors, you have different variations of the Moors, but the blackamoors were particularly in Britain. All right. That's why when you saw the movie with Martin Lawrence, The Knights, all right, he was a blackamoor that deals particularly with Britain. Okay. So that's a heath, okay, of uncultivated land, especially in Britain. That's what it means. Let's get back to Noah right now. All right. Then we have a marsh. A thin, a tract of wet, low ground or ground covered with a stagnant water. So why would I want to be a piece of land? Number one. Secondly, why would I want to be a piece of land, that's, with stagnant water? No disrespect. All right. No disrespect. I'm just giving you the definitions because, like I said, people get emotional when you start reading facts. Okay. Let's go to the next. More. Noun. Dark, obscure, a native of the northern coast of Africa, called by the Romans from the color of the people. Mauritania, the county of dark complexioned people. The same county is now called Morocco, Tunis, Algeria, etc. So, as you could see, Moors deal with a people of northern coast of Africa. That is a Moor, called by the Romans. So therefore, if they were called by the Romans, that's insinuating that the Romans were not Moors. But however, the Moors did take over Rome at some point. Yeah, and that's a fact. Okay? That's a fact. No, it doesn't mean that the Romans that they're talking about were pale Romans. No. They were also people of color, but they were not called Moors. Because when they were talking about Moors particularly, they're talking about Northern Africa. All right? Let us proceed. The same country is called Morocco, Tunis, Algeria, etc. Here goes another meaning of Moor. To confine or secure a ship in a particular station as by cables and anchors by chains. It ain't got nothing to do with America. We're talking about land. We're talking about a certain part of a land where uncultivated land, where there's stagnant water, and we're talking about an individual from Northern Africa, Morocco, Tunis, Algeria, etc., etc. Okay. Verb intransitive, to be continued by cables or chains. All right. So that's in the Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary. Now, you cannot use the Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary to give the definition of American and ignore that is giving you the definition of more and tell me what is different. It's not the snow. No, you cannot do that. You cannot pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? You cannot, well, not that you cannot. You can if you want to, but I'm not going to allow you to pick and choose when to use etymology to fit your criteria, okay, of the false information that you're putting out there. All right? Let us go into the etymology of the word now. We just saw the meaning in the Noah Webster, the 1820 dictionary. Let's go into the etymology of more. All right, let us go into that etymology. Here we are. We're going to a different source now, right? Because we all big on etymology. So let's stick with the etymology. Okay, here we are. Number one, the verb to fasten a ship in a particular location by or as by cables, anchors, etc. Late 15th century, probably related to English morels, a mooring rope. All right, so basically they're talking about the same thing about a ship, whatever the case is, to moor. That's what it means, right? When we're looking at a verb, a transitive verb. All right, when we're looking at it as a noun. What is a noun? Animal, person, place, or thing. So now we are talking about a place and we are talking about a persons. What does it say? North African. So now a Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary is giving basically the same information. So we cannot say, well, Chief is being biased. No, I'm giving you the facts. All right. North African Berber, one of the race dwelling in Barbary, late 14th century French inhabitant of Mauritania, Roman Northwest Africa, a region now corresponding to northern Algeria and Morocco from Greek Moros, perhaps a native name or else cognate with Moros black. But this adjective only appears in late Greek and may as well be from the people's name as the reverse. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean black per se, but it only appears in late Greek. Okay, also applied to the Arabic conquerors of Spain being a dark people in relation to Europeans. Their name in the Middle Ages was a synonym for Negro. In the Middle Ages, going back all the way to the Middle Ages, Moors were called Negroes. So let me ask you a question. Who came here in 1492 and called us Negroes? El Negro. Negro de Terra and Negro de Guinea, because Negro de Guinea was the so-called blacks of the land of Africa, a certain part of Africa, and Negro de Terra, all right, which is Terra, was the ones in America. So America had their own Negroes. So these Negroes came from across the seas and called us Negroes as well. It wasn't the pale man who came here and called us Negroes. It was the Moors and the Sephardic Jews, the Jacobites, the Jacobins. King James was a Jacobite. See, y'all gonna learn, all right? Later, being the nearest Muslims to Western Europe, it was used indiscriminately of Muslims, of Persians, Arabs, etc., but especially those in India. So even Muslims in Indians were, but Indians in India, East India, Muslims were also called Moors. All right, we have more again as a noun, person, animal, place, or thing. A tract open, untilled, more or less elevated ground, often overrun with heath. So we are getting the same information here, that talking about barren land, talking about all uncultivated land. All right, and it says hence. Let me see. All right, so that's pretty much it. All right, so we saw two different sources of meaning of what more is. More ain't got nothing to do with America. Okay, so even if you want to say, well, hey, you know what, a more is a dark-skinned person. Me personally, I would rather call myself a dark-skinned person than call myself a Moor. No disrespect, because when you start calling ourselves Moors, now you're literally being technical, okay, and being how would I put it? Disingenuous. That's the proper word, because you're also insinuating that North Africans are Americans, and that's not a fact. It's not a fact. Now we're even going to take it even further, and we're going to look at more Sanskrit meaning. Sanskrit meaning of more. Sanskrit is one of the oldest written languages in the world. What does it say? Sanskrit meaning, it also means mura or more. All right. What does it say? Meaning in English, silly, foolish, stupefied, bewildered, destroying, stupid, killing. Now, I'm not the one telling you this. I'm giving you the Sanskrit meaning of more. But I want to be fair. Let's go back to Sanskrit dictionary. All right? More. So it's giving you different meanings right here, but it's not really, it's pretty much when I dive a little deeper, it was talking about origin of, a color, whatever the case is, but it just says they're giving you the Sanskrit word kacha. All right, when I click on that, it's coming up with marshy ground, watery soil, red cedar, garment tucked into the girdle or waistband, a hem or an end, Indian tulip tree. So those are the words that's coming up, okay, for more in what you call Sanskrit. But it says buttermilk, bad, wicked, vile, spoiled, dirt, foul, aquatic plant, red cedar. All those are different, once again, variations. We have attitude in wrestling, just different variations of that word, right? So that's what it is. Now let us get back to the current time. And once again, with Moors, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I respect who you say you are, and that's cool. But I'm just letting you know, when it comes to talking about Americans, Aboriginal Americans and Moors, we are not. Okay, we are not the same people. Now, if you want to say that there were dark-skinned people was all over the earth, then I'm cool with that. But they were not all Moors. Stop trying to say that, because when you use that word more particularly, you're insinuating North African. All right? And that's very, very tricky and deceptive, like I said. Now, let us go into Moors saying that Moorish American is a nationality. Okay? Now, my brothers and sisters that call themselves Moors, let us look at what you're saying. When you use the word ish, ish means to be like, kind of, black-ish. Okay? Black-ish is not black, but it's a kind of black. So when you say more-ish, what does that mean? Are you a kind of more? And you cannot put Moorish American just like you cannot put Native American. You see, that's contradictory. That is contradictory. And I'll tell you why. Because American by itself is a race of people, and it's only applied to the Aboriginals of the land. So that's why there's no such thing as a Native American. Now, there's a native United States citizen. You feel me? And that's why they are native, and that's why they're a native or what you call Moorish United States citizens. And all that stuff could be verified with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. It could also be verified with the More Sundry Act. Okay? Because they were made citizens of the United States like everybody else, and they were protected under a different category because they did not want to associate themselves with the slaves and black or even the Negro. Okay? So to say that Moorish American is a nationality, then you would have to tell me, what does Moorish means, ish. Now, I'm not disputing that you're a Moor. If you are a Moor, much respect. When it's all said and done, a Moor is still a human, Hueman. I respect that, right? But when you talk about the ish, ish, which denotes a kind of, what do you mean? And I'm not being fictitious. I'm asking a genuine question, because ish means to be like, a kind of. So let's put this to rest. American Aboriginals are not Moors. We were never Moors. Yes, Moors came and subjugated our people. I get that. With the help of the Sephardic Jews and the pale man. I get that. I'm cool with that. It is what it is. It's just part of the history. But you cannot plant your flag into our land and say, well, we're all who you are or who you say you are. No, that you cannot do that. And people such as myself who know the truth will always debate that. Not debate, but will always debunk that. All right. So I just want to kind of touch on that and move on. Okay. Because like I said, people always get into their feelings and get emotional and even become aggressive, because how you're able to use the etymology of words, how you're able to use dictionaries to point out certain things. But when it comes to that one thing, well, all of a sudden, we're running away from etymology. All of a sudden, we're running away from the Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary. We got to stop, man. We got to stop. All right. We got to stop the nonsense. All right. So, yeah. So when you speak of Ish, just like when you speak of, Native Americans, again, Native American is not a thing. Native American is not a thing. They are United States citizens. They are native, yes, but they are not Native American, or only in the sense of being born on the continent. Then in that respect, they are Native American because native means to be born. That's what it means. Oh, no doubt. Brother Heru, I know, yeah, absolutely. You see what I'm saying? And then when we speak of Moors, Moors made the claim that they are the Moabites. So therefore, you are a descendant of Lot that came from sleeping with his daughters or his daughters sleeping with him. That is not my history. That is not my story. That is not our American story. Okay? It's not. So anybody who want to accept that, that's on them. If that's your history, that's your story, I respect it. I'm not here making fun. I'm just here teaching the facts. Okay? Let us proceed. We're going to read here now into this book called An Inquiry into the Distinctive Characteristics of the Aboriginals. Okay? And I put that in the description for you as well, because I want you to do your research. I have read countless amount of books on prehistoric America. And we were compared to Israelites. We were compared to Moors. We were compared to the Tartars. We were compared to the Phoenicians, all those people. All right. But when it was all said and done, guess what? They said, nah, these Americans, they are a different people on their own. So I know what I'm talking about. All right. We are a distinct people because we are the original people. All right. Period. And I know I'm always ahead of my time, but I promise you, the truth is going to come out eventually. Because 10, 15, 20, 50, 75, 100 years ago, your children were going to be like, whoa, man, Chief was telling everybody the truth 75 years ago, 100 years ago, when he said that the American Aborigines were the original human on this planet. And I'm talking about Hueman. Okay? And that's facts. But it's going to come out eventually. Let's read a little bit. And we're going to go into this book. We're on page 4, but I want y'all to see the title of the book. I put it in the description for you so you could do your own research and read the entire book. Okay? So we have an inquiry into the distinctive characteristics of the Aboriginal race of America. We're going to go all the way down to page 4. Jump into that and look at the characteristics. Page 4. Physical characteristics, right? Because you see, it goes along with everything that we have read thus far. What does it say? Physical characteristics. Let us bring that up just a little more. It is an adage among travelers that he who have seen one tribe of Indians have seen all. So much too the individuals of this race resemble each other, notwithstanding the immense geographical distribution and those differences of climate which embrace the extremes of heat and cold. Now let me just break that down to you in layman terms. They're saying that, right? Doesn't matter how far back you go. Once you have seen, and all travelers, they say that among all the travelers, they have said that if you have seen one American Indian, you have seen them all, regardless of whether they're in the heat or the cold. It doesn't matter where they are in the Americas, they resembling each other, regardless of heat or cold. Of course, the complexions may vary, but the physiognomy, the phenotype of the American Aborigine, when you see one, you see us all. Okay? Check this out. The half-clad fusion shrinking from the January winter has the same characteristic lineaments, though in an exaggerated degree, as the Indians of the tropical plains, and these again resemble the tribes which inhabit the region of the West Rocky Mountains, those of the Great Valley of Mississippi, and those again with skirt the Eskimo on the north. All possess alike the long, lanky black hair, the brown or what? Cinnamon skin, colored skin. The heavy brow, the dull and sleepy eye, the full and compressed lips, the full and what? Compressed lips, the full and compressed lips. And here's another word, the salient but dilated noses. I wonder what salient but dilated nose means. Well, you know what, Chief? I think we might have to go see what dilated means. Because it says, right? It doesn't matter where we are in the Americas. What is the complexion of the Aboriginal American? What does it say? Hold up, Chief. What does it say? Brown or what? Cinnamon, cocoa, chocolate, tawny, ruddy. That is the Aboriginal of America. Not these natives that you see. No, that's trading places. But let us go look at because they talk about the nose being dilated. Let's go look at the dilated nose of the American Aboriginal. Let's look at that word. All right? Let's go look at that word, what it means. Dilated. Give me 1 second. And they're speaking generally, right? Dilate. Oh, wow. Well, Chief, what do we have here? What do we have here, Chief? What do we have here, Chief? Talking about the dilated nose. Because y'all think every person that with a dark complexion, with a white nose, the African, that's the stupidity in y'all. But I'm going to show y'all how ignorant and stupid y'all are. Let me show you what dilated means. Dilated means, let me show you what it means. All right? Chocolate, cinnamon, ruddy, okay? Brunette, blonde. Those are the description to describe people of color. Dilated, Chief, what does it mean? Dilated means what, my brothers and sisters? Make or become wider, larger, or more open. Her eyes dilated with horror, meaning that it was open wide. So when you talk about the American Aboriginal, this is one right here. You see the nose? Dilated. You see the complexion? Chocolate, cinnamon, brown. So don't let nobody make you feel bad about your nose with your white nose. No, man. That is not just an African feature. That is the feature of the Aboriginal human. Hueman. Because we are solar beings. Solar beings have dilated noses. Lunar beings have the straight noses because they They're a different type of being. Now, I'm not talking about every so-called, Aboriginal have a dilated nose. I'm not saying that. But in general, okay, in general, when we are talking about in general, we are talking about the brown, cinnamon, ruddy, that complexion, that description with the dilated noses. When you see one, you see all. That is the American Aboriginal. So don't let nobody make you feel no type of way, giving you this illusion that American Aboriginals have all these straight noses. That's a lie. That's a lie. See, y'all playing games with the wrong one, man. Trust me. Y'all playing games with the wrong one. I'm not the one. I am not the one. Okay? So you see the complexion, right? Let me see if I could come down here for you. All right, let me see. All right, we're going to read just a little. I'm not going to read the entire thing because I give it to you to read for yourself, but we are going to read just a little more here. Okay. What does it say? So when you see all these Native Americans, these mixed people that calling themselves Indians, we're not Indians because of them. They are American Indians because of us. Okay? And they're only Native. I don't care what complexion they are. If their ancestors are not Aboriginals, they're not American Indians, Aboriginals. They are Native. They are natives. And that's fine. Okay, they could be, if they're the children of the American Aboriginals, then obviously they are American Aboriginals. All right. But it comes through, and this could be very tricky because the inheritance was passed down through the matriarchal or the matrilineal line inheritance. Okay, so in that case, they were saying that you are who your mother is, right? But that was just for inheritance. Okay, but it's the father that's implanting the seed in the mother. So let's not get it twisted. There's a difference. That's why the matriarchs had a different role. Okay? And trust me, we honored that role. We had them on a pedestal. And there was a reason for that. Okay? Now, let's read. It cannot be questioned that physical diversities do occur equally, singularly, and inexplicably, as seen in different shades of color, varying from fair-tint complexion to almost black. So like I said, there were light-skinned or what you call red bone American Aborigines, but to what it says, to almost black. And this is to under circumstances in which climate can have little or no influence. So also in reference to stature, the differences are remarkable in entire tribes, which moreover are geographically proximate to each other. All right. These facts, however, are mere exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the particular physiognomy. The physiognomy is the features, mostly dealing with facial features of the Indian, which is deviantly characteristic as that of what? As that of what? Hold up, Chief. Hold up. I gotta back up a little more because this right here is a time bomb. I wish I had that Funk Master Flex bomb. Boosh. What does it say here? Let us take our time and read this here. Hold up, Chief. Hold up. What does it say here? It says, these facts, however, are merely exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the particular physiognomy of the Indian, which is undeviantly characteristic as that of the Negro. Oh, really? So you try to tell me that the Negro de Terra is actually the American Aborigines, huh? Oh, wow. How long I've been telling y'all this? But y'all still think y'all came from Africa, huh? Okay. Very interesting. But it says the characteristics, whether he or she is fair skinned, meaning that the red bone, to the almost black. Guess what? Characteristics of what? The Negro. Okay. And now you see, we are reading prehistoric books. See, that's where I get a lot of my information. Prehistory. All right. For whether we see him in the athletic Carib or the stunted Shama in the dark California or the fair Bora, he is an Indian still and cannot be mistaken for a being of any other what? Race. American is a race. You see what I'm saying? And our birthright was stolen. The Jacobites stole our birthright. Again, it's all allegory. So they're comparing us to Esau. Esau, once again, does not mean the pale man. They tricked you with that. Esau means ruddy. And I show you what ruddy meant. It's an allegory to tell you what happened to you. But you over here thinking that you are the Jacobite. You are not the Jacobite. In the allegory, you are Esau. Y'all gonna learn. You're gonna learn. But let us proceed. Let us proceed. I'm gonna go all the way down. All the way down. Because you could take your time and read this, because it's just more information to shut people down. All right? But we're gonna go further down. They give you all allegory, and you have these Israelites trying to confuse us, making us think we came from Jacob. No, it is all allegory. It wasn't real. Okay? It was only in a fairy tale in the book to tell you and show you that they stole your birthright. Okay? And you playing the role of Esau in the story and you don't even know, thinking Esau is a pale man. That's what they want you to think. Oh, and they pull up on the side of the road. And yes, my brother, go ahead. They have their book. And the Lord said, and this and that. Okay, stop. And they give you this interpretation. It's all games, man. They're all actors. We're not Israelites. I don't care what tribe you call it, tribe of Dan, tribe of Sam, tribe of whoever. That is not us. And I stand on these facts. The Catholic Church was pushing that nonsense. Let me see. Appendix. Boom. It says characteristics of the American race. Preceded. I'm trying to see. Hold up. I don't know if I missed it, but you're gonna have to probably read it. Where they're actually showing you that the different races. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Classification of the human species, right? What does it say here? The following classifications is a slight modification. And this gentleman right here, he did his research with skulls. All right. And he's telling you America is, when you read the book, he'll tell you, yo, I went to universities. I got skulls and compare skulls. Okay, I'm talking about the skull. All right. And he's telling you that based on his research, that America is a race of people by itself. And he's given the categories of the race. Let's break it down. We're talking about the crania, okay? The following classification is a slight modification of that published in My Crania, okay? Americana, which is another book that he wrote. The races correspond with those in Professor Blumenbach's system. So even Professor Blumenbach is also validating what this gentleman wrote in his book, Crania Americana, all right, which latter differs but little from that of Buffon. The subdivision into families is based upon ethnic analogies, both physical and physiological. You have the Caucasian race, the Japhetic or Japhethic, whatever you want to pronounce that, Indo-European branch, the Pelagic or the Caucasian family, the Germanic family, the Celtic family, the Indostanic family. All right. You have the Semitic or the Syro-Arabian branch, the Arabian family, the Hebrew family. Okay. So you see where the Hebrew family came from? Guess what? What does it say? The Hebrew family, Semitic, falls under A. All right. So A, you have the Japhetic. All right. B, you have the Semitic or the Syria, the Syro, pardon me, Arabian branch, which is the Arabian family, and the Hebrew family. Okay, those are the Hebrews. And then you have C, the Hamitic or the Egypto-Libyan branch. Egypto-Libyan meaning that the Egyptians and the Libyans that came together to create a race. The Neolithic or Egyptian family, the Libyan family. All right. Then you have the Mongolian race, the Mongol Tatar family, the Turkish family. Remember, we spoke about Turkish earlier. The Chinese family, the Indo-Chinese family, the Polar family. Then you have the Malay race, the Malay family, the Polynesian, pardon me, family. Then you have what? The American race. The American race. It says what? The American family and the Toltecan family. I'm talking about, literally, we're talking about the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Olmecs, the Toltecs. Those are the Tolkien family. That's part of the American race. And what's next? Does it say? The Negro race is next. Therefore, once again, we are not Negroes. We are compared to the Negroes. We are like the Negroes. The Negro is a whole different race. What does it say? The Negro family, the Kafarian family, the Austro-African or Hittite family, the Oceanic Negro family, the Australian family. There you have it. Okay? American is a race by itself. So anybody who want to make the claim that they're Native Americans, you're going to have to prove to me that you are the original people from the sense I'm talking about from time immemorial. Because anytime you start talking about, oh, well, we came from the Bering Strait 12,000 years ago, then you're not the original because we were already here. We were already here and we've been here. Stop playing these games with me, man. Let us go to the next one. Let us go to the next one. And I gave y'all the books to read for yourself. Okay? Oh, no doubt. Absolutely. Brother Heru. Man, that's how I tell you, man. You be doing your stuff. Okay? You be doing your stuff. All right? All right. They're not the children of the light. They're children of Satan. All right? You're absolutely correct. And in the allegory, we would be Heru. And Set would be the brother, or no, I think Osiris and Set. So we would be in the version of the story, Osiris, they would be Set or Satan, okay? Meaning that the light versus the dark. In the allegorical story, they would be the Jacobites and we would be the Enochites from Esau. But again, it's all allegory because all Esau means is ruddy, means brown, copper colored. All right, let's proceed. I gave you one book. Let's go to the races of man. Okay, let's go to the races of man, and we're just gonna kind of browse through this information because I'm not gonna read the entire book, the races of man, proving to you again the complexion and the description of the Americas. Now, what does it say here in the races of men? I'm giving it to you from all different books. From no matter how you look at it, I'm giving it to you from prehistoric books. What does it say here? They were a race with narrow, elongated, elevated heads and depressed foreheads, like they're talking about another group of people, right? American Indians or copper colored race, and more especially like what? The Carib. And we just this found in the other book a whole complete different author talk about the Caribs being brown, cinnamon, dark skin. So once again, let me ask you a question. Who are these people in these islands, these light-skinned people, native people calling themselves Caribs? When the Caribs were dark-skinned people, brown-skinned people, cinnamon people. You see, same thing here in the United States. Who are these natives? Who are these Native Americans? When clearly we're seeing the description and complexion of from Benjamin Franklin, from Arizona, from different books. I'm giving it to you from all different authors who don't even know each other. They don't even know each other. All right. But what we're gonna do is we're just gonna browse through where it says American, and let's just browse. All right. And even now, they're saying that when he was saying that they compare the American Aborigines to Asiatics, he said, listen, man, these people are not Asiatics. These people are a race on their own in the races of man. Read the book. I give you the information. Don't believe anything I say. I don't want you to believe anything I say. Please call me a liar. But you're going to have to prove that I'm lying because I'm giving you the information to do your own due diligence, lineage. All right? So all we're going to do is we're just gonna browse to that real quick. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So that they're talking about here when the English Parliament came and they created the Republic in South America and they brought the Republic to the United States. So once again, like I told y'all, the Republic came from Negroes that came from across the seas. All right. So the first Republicans in the United States were people of color. Holla at your boy. Okay. Holla at your boy. Mm-hmm. Let's rock. Let me see something. Let me see this under the bowl. Now falling back on the native, these American Indians, the race implanted. All right, now here we go again. What does it say here? Let's read this here for a second. Let's read this little part here and see where nature planted and who nature planted or whom. It depends on your level of grammar. Let's see. Was in the Americas. What does it say? Thus, the population I speak of lost by Mr. Cannon's Act or will lose in time the mainspring of their population falling back on the native that is the American Indian, the race implanted there by what? By nature. So even in the races of men, when you read the races of men, this book is very racist. This dude is racist. And he's even telling you that the American Aborigines were people of color and that nature put them there from a racist man. Man, y'all think this is a game, man. Let me see. I said something becomes the people North American because they choose to do themselves and Let me see now. It's an influence suggests that while the Clemente Negro race, Spanish, America, West Indies colonized. All right, no Franco in temporary zone. No. I'm not going to read the entire thing. You know, I mean, I'm just giving you certain aspects of that. Look at it in America. All right, it says the South migrate to him. And he's giving you a lot of the people that migrated to America. He's talking about the Iberians. He's talking about a lot of people that migrated to America, right? Trying to replace the Aboriginals. It's in the book, In the Races of Man. Go read it yourself. All right. Making the Anglos in the undertree becoming a race of native true-born Americans for the Spain, All right. The German. And he's basically telling you, like, it doesn't matter which race come to America, all right, to replace the Aboriginals, they will never be successful because why? Nature placed them there. So no matter what they do, they try to get rid of us. They cannot get rid of us. All right. They can't. Period. And he's talking about the fresh blood that came into mix in with the Americans. All right. And he also talk about the red Indian. But once again, we have to go back to what they're telling you what red means. Ruddy, brown. That's what it means. Let me see. It is clear that the American Indians call them, and yet the carving on the remains seem to portray the American in physiognomy. All right, still have doubts. That. And he's even telling you that the whole idea of American Indians coming from east to, they're the lost tribe of Israel. He said, listen, man, that's child's play. You know what I mean? That was made up by the Catholic Church. Woo! Man, check this out. It says where we find the stronghold of the colored race. America is the last discovered. All right, boom. Let's read this again. What does it say here? All right. But it is in America. What does it say here? But it is in America, the last discovered by the civilized European, where we find the stronghold of the colored race. That's coming from a racist man. Ah, Dios mío. What more can I tell my peoples, man? What does it say here again? North America, disposing the native races to whom America naturally belonged. The colored copper races, man. All right? And he's also talking about the Hottentots. Remember, we talk about the Hottentots as part of a race. So they're also talking about them as well. All right. And let me see what it says, that they're the descendants in America and the dark races. And they're literally talking about the beef between the so-called pale Saxon race and the American Aborigines. And their goal is to make the American Aborigines extinct. All that stuff is in the book. Okay? It's in the book, man. Okay. But anyway, I want you to go read this for yourself, right? Now, it says here, the American race. Once again, American race. American is a race. Introduction. The discovery of a new world by Columbus is the most remarkable event in human history. With the leading features of the great event, all must, no doubt, be acquainted by object is merely to trace the progress of the races, that vast territory, and after a single remark on the ancient history of the American continent, I shall resume my discourse. When Columbus and those who followed him first set foot on the island and on the islands and mainland, that vast continent destined to play so important a part in the future destinies of mankind, that land where the greatest of all experiments, all right, the greatest experiments, period, in the history of this earth was done in the Americas, because they had to do the history on this American race. They couldn't just comprehend where these people came from. Where did they come from? They have no beginning, they have no end. See, y'all don't understand. Y'all don't comprehend this. All right, let's read. To be solved alone by time is now progressing, namely, the practicability of self-government or democracy, that land where liberty, driven from Europe, Asia, and Africa by whiskered dragons and church militants, found that sure resting place, that fulcrum with which she may perhaps one day upturn the strongholds of fanaticism and violence, that land which first of all brought out the true characteristics of the Saxon race, of the Saxon mind. In fact, in that land, Columbus and his followers, most of whom were men of great ability, though be alone had genius in that land, these great men found nothing to resemble strictly the countries they left. Nor trees, nor shrubs, nor fish, nor fowl, nothing which lived resembled what they had previously seen. Once again, my brothers and sisters, all the plants, the animals that they came from Africa, Europe, and Asia, when they came to the Americas, they saw things they had never seen in their life. In other words, they came to the original Garden of Eden. See, y'all don't know, man. Y'all don't know. But like I said, I'm going to give y'all this work. I had better say nothing was identical with the production of the old world. All right. Man was there, no doubt, but he was not identical with any other race in his bodily and mental qualities. He differed widely from all others. You hear that? We differed from the African, the Asians, and the Europeans. Let us continue. The horse was not there, nor sheep, no cattle, nor the beauteous wild of Africa, lions and panthers, giraffe, antelope in the virgin forests of America, stalked no elephants. The river horse, the terrible rhinoceros were nowhere to be found, but other equally strange forms presented themselves. People in the field and rivers and the forest, all differing specifically and generally as we express this grand and solemn fact in technical language. I call it a solemn fact, seeing it gives rise to profound reflections. Whence came this new race of men and animals? The answer was easy upon the old Hippocratic theory of the effects of climate. The men were Europeans burned to a copper color by the sun and wind and other things, including the smoke of wigwams, and the animals were just the same as those of the old world. So that was an assertion. They were assuming that they were European men that came here and got burnt by the sun or wigwams of the smoke, whatever the case is, right? Careless observers, man had journeyed without the horse and sheep and ox. He had also, I think, forgotten the cerealier. A theory was easily got up to explain all this. Last came the men of science, lovers of truth, enemies of romance and falsehood. Their labors proved that everything there that lived was specifically different from living being on any other land. That even the apes differed specifically from the apes of the old world by having an additional tooth and by being without that central spot or hole in the retina of the eye. Found the man in the apes of the old world that the new world was an erroneous phrase, seeing that it was very old in very sense of the word. That the copper-colored race of America, that race which extended throughout the length of the breadth of the land, were neither metamorphized Welchmen, nor cognate men, nor Norwegians, nor Polynesians, the last hypothesis. So they were saying we were none of that. I believe offered the credulous for the people in North America, always accepting that stand by the thoroughbred theorist, namely that the couple Indians, that is the true Americans. Okay, there's only one true American. It is us. Everybody else is native. Period. All right. Were the lost tribes of Israel, right? That was another assumption. But I've already debunked that in different books as well. I'm giving it to you in this one. But guess who it came from? Who fled there on rafts headed, I suppose, by what? Prester John. That was a theory of Prester John, right? Let us leave such sickening, silly follies to their inventors and those who, and they're showing a picture of a Native American, right? Of that. I still have some reservations of that, but we're going to leave it as that, right? Because some of us do have the straight nose, whatever the case is, right? So that's fine, all right? But the truth, the romanticist, the novelist, the tourist, and proceed with our inquiry. Buffon concluded that animal life was not so vigorous on the American soil as in the old world, comparing one animal with the other. This simple fact for that is roused the wrath of Anglo-Saxon now settled in that country, but calling himself an American, right? So he's saying that we going back to what you call it, Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary. What did it say? Europeans now calling themselves American. All right. Even this author is actually verifying that, right? I mean, Mr. Cooper, the novelist, true to the Saxon race, he was determined to make out in the face of the common sense a truth, despising the one by his trade or calling, and being seemingly without the other, that the American soil nourished as big animals as ever were grown in old France or England or the whole world, that the buffalo was as large as the oxen, and the turkey larger than a band door fowl. What is pity he had not also added that the geese and the asses of all kinds abound and are at least as large as the um, pedantic and stupidly solemn as any Britishers could ever boast forth. All right, but anyway, that's just basically going through comparing the animals in Europe to America, etc., 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 etc. But when it's all said and done, he's saying that once again, he's reiterating that the copper-colored race that's in the Americas was put there by nature. All right, so let's read a little more. But I have already explained all this. Let me therefore speak to you of the original American races, the races found on the American continent and its islands by Columbus, Vespucci, Pizarro, Cortez, and others, not forgetting our countryman Penn, talking about William Penn and his troop of saints. These races still exist. You hear that? We still exist. We did not go anywhere. In a century or two, they may have ceased to be, saying that in a century or two, the plan is to get rid of us, right? But the American human animal, which he calls, like I said, this book is very racist. This author is calling us the American human animal, is one which seemingly cannot be what? Domesticated, cannot be civilized, because it's not in our nature. Admitting that, and once again, civilized means to be Christianized. Although a lot of us became Christians, but for those of us who know the truth, we know we ain't Christians, right? When brought within the Saxon house and pale, he becomes consumptive and perishes. He is a man of words, of the woods, differing from all other men, as the apes of his continent differ essentially from those of the old world, as we term the European, African, and Asiatic continents, but not to be the same extent, for there exists is so much as I know, no remarkable or specific differences between them and us. For the apes of the new continent have an additional tooth distinguishing them from the old world, and the structure of the eyes is essentially different. Right, they're talking about the apes as in apes animals, right? I allude more especially to the race known by the name of the red or the copper-colored Indians, extending as it would seem from Nootka Sound and the borders of the Arctic Circle to the reckoned shores of the land of fire, including probably all the West India Islands and the tribes of Brazil and the Caribs. At the extremities of this long and singularly shaped continent, it seems to be that two other races, which may be termed polar or Arctic, exist. To the north, we are certain that the Eskimos differ essentially from the Red Indians. And in the south, it is probably that the miserable dark-colored population wandering on the outskirts of the land of fire are not Red Indians, but a race analogs to the Australian and to the farmer inhabitants of Van Diemen's Land, polar to. So they're talking about going down to Louisiana. They're talking about the darker ones, talking about they related to the Australians, right? But I've already broken that down, so we don't have to get into all that. But I'm just giving you a synopsis of this book, once again solidifying that the Americans are an original, distinctive race on their own. And nature put them there. They did not come from Moors. They did not come from Israelites. They did not come from Africa. They did not come from, all these different groups that these people are literally saying we are this and we are that. Okay? So let us shut that down. And we're going to go into another book real quick, because I'm getting a little long-winded right now. So I haven't eaten anything. Although I had some pineapple earlier and some papaya. That was about it. But just a little bite or a slice. All right, so we're going to go into the civilization of ancient. Let's go into that, and I also put that link there for y'all as well. Right, I already put that link in there for you guys as well. Yeah, I'm truly truth seeker. I feel you. I'm disappointed in our people as well, because you give them the information and they just totally cognitive dissonance. It kicks in. Oh no, we African. No, no, Africa is the motherland. Because guess what? They're not being taught the truth. And I'm not mad at them. I am disappointed, but I get it. Okay, I get it. You know what I mean? So we just got to keep teaching the truth, man, and showing people the facts. That's all we got to do. That's all we got to do. Let's just keep teaching the facts. So we've been on there for over 3 hours. We're almost done. So I tell you, this one was going to be a long video. For all those of you who keep talking about, Africa. Hold up, give me 1 second. Africa gave America civilization. No, it's the other way around. And let's go read now into civilization and the ancient Egyptians. Let's go read into that. And then we'll go and show you what the oldest Egypt was. Like I said, man, people don't research ancient Egyptians, right? And that's by Katanga A. Bongo. Let us read. Let us read, because reading is fun for the mental. We have the table of content, okay, human evolution and the origins of civilization. That's what we're going to talk about right now. I put that link in there for you as well, so you could do your own reading, right? Oh, I don't talk, well, Chief give us information, but he not telling us where it came from. I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it to you. Bring that up just a little bit. I go across. Let me see. Oh, come on, man. All right, cool. I'm trying to see if I can slide this across. There we go. Good. We got it. We're centered. All right, beautiful. Let us read a little bit, because reading is fun for the mental, right? The continent that today is known as Africa has in the last 200 years been a land of great deal of fascination to the Western world. A lot has been written and said about this continent. Unfortunately, almost all that has been written and said about Africa has been negative, and most of it simply untrue. This negative notion of Africa reflects the little knowledge that Westerners have about the history of the continent and its people. Westerners have labeled this continent the Dark Continent. This labeling has led most people outside and inside Africa to think of Africa as a land in which there was no civilization prior to the arrival of Europeans. And now they're talking about pale Europeans, okay? Almost all history books written about Africa or any part of Africa has been tended to focus on the interaction between Africans and Europeans. One would be hard pressed to find a history book that addresses the history of this continent prior to the arrival of Europeans in Africa in the 16th and the 17th century. This vacuum of knowledge about Africa prior to the arrival of Europeans in Africa is the result of two factors. First, there is very little written about the life in Africa prior to the arrival of Europeans. The only written account of early African history comes to us from 11th and 12th century Arab writers. Okay? These Arab writers were well-known Muslims, scholars writing in Arabic. The most notables of these Arabs writers were al-Bakri and al-Idrisi. Their writings mostly describe the African people living in the Western Sudan. However, most of their writings accounts were based on accounts from Arab merchants were often inaccurate. Second, either second, modern African historians were trained by what? By European educators, either in Europe or in Africa. So when you have all your so-called scholars, guess who trained them? Guess who taught them? Right? And not necessarily pale Europeans. Dark-skinned Europeans taught them, okay, and taught the pale Europeans to go teach them the information, to solidify the information. Because you'll realize that a lot of our people, like I'm on here giving them the truth, and people who look like me giving them the truth, they will never look at it to be a fact. But let a pale man come give it to them. Let pale people start talking about, oh, America is the first first place for man. American Aborigines is the original people of the earth. All of a sudden, you'll see these videos going viral. Oh, the white man is telling us. You know what I mean? That is the mindset of our people. But I've been doing this for almost 20 years. On the internet, giving knowledge. You see what I'm saying? But yet still, it's always scrutiny. All right? People always criticizing. But let the pale man come tell them the same thing I'm telling them. All of a sudden, that video got 500,000, 1 million views. Well, the white man told us, oh yeah, we've been here. Now I believe. But let us proceed. These African historians tend to have the mentality that was infused in them by their European teachers. Okay? As a result, the writings of African historians tend to focus on the European experience in Africa. Very little has been done to reconstruct the African history prior to the arrival of Europeans. The result is that there is a severely distorted view of African history, that it has led people outside and inside Africa to believe that it was Europeans who introduced civilization to Africa. Admittedly, piecing together the history of the people as diverse as the Africans present an enormous challenge. Some historians have noted that the destruction of African culture due to assaults by Europeans and Europeanized Africans makes the rewriting of African history a challenging task indeed. That makes the rewriting of African history especially difficult, though is the fact that when European diseases, particularly measles, first arrived in the African continent in the 17th and 18th centuries, most of the Africans abandoned their empires and fled into the primitive forest. It did not say they died. They fled. So when they give you the false narrative that these people came with measles and smallpox and killed off the American Indians, that's a lie. Okay, that's a lie. Facts, all right? Life in the forest was extremely challenging, and the Africans had to adapt, all right? So that's how these Africans ended up in this forest, because when these so-called Europeans came and attacked them and brought measles, they fled into the forest, all right? So they had to adapt. Civilization as we knew it changed. Cultures were lost as Africans were forced to evolve new cultures in order to survive the forest. This new cultural evolution, dictated by challenges in the forest, led to the vast cultural diversity that we see today. However, certain fundamental cultural traits related to languages, religion, agriculture, and architecture remained intact in these new African cultures. Because of that, it is still possible to what? Piece together the common cultural traits, and by linking these elements, one should be able to identify the source of what? The civilization in Africa and the approximate time that it started. Okay? We're talking about going back and tracing where the civilization came from Africa. The source from whence it came. Reading is fundamental. Let's proceed. Once the source of civilization is identified, the theory of the African people can be reconstructed. The idea that it was Europeans who introduced civilization to Africa is one of the biggest historical myths ever. So it wasn't even the Moors who went to Africa to give them civilization. And I'm talking about the European Moors. It wasn't even them. It wasn't even the black Moors in Europe. Let us read and see where their civilization came from. What does it say? Let's read that again. The idea that it was Europeans who introduced civilization to Africa is one of the biggest historical myths. In fact, evidence from archaeological and oral, not just archaeological, but also oral tradition, languages, and cultural practices strongly indicate that it was the South American Indians who introduced civilization to Africa some 7,000 years ago. I rest my case, man. So when y'all talking about, oh, well, the people in South America and in the islands, their culture and their ways resemble those of West Africa, no. Those of West Africa resemble ours. We gave it to them. That's, you see, they taught y'all everything in reverse, man. That's the problem. That's the problem. Let's read that again. We're not just talking about archaeological, we're talking about oral. So what does that mean, oral? It means that these Africans, they know damn well where they got their cultures from, their civilization from. Not necessarily culture, but civilization. Let's read this again. The idea that it was Europeans who introduced civilization to Africa is one of the biggest historical myths. In fact, evidence from archaeological, oral, history, traditional languages, and cultural practices strongly indicate that it was South Americans who introduced civilization to Africa some 7,000 years ago, long before the Greek and the Roman civilization emerged. The South American Indians had introduced civilization into Africa even before the Greek and Roman civilization is evolved. So what does that mean? What is that telling you? Even before the Greek and the Roman civilization, they had civilization. South America already had civilization. So therefore, our civilization is older than the Greeks, the Romans, and the Africans. Don't play with me, man. I keep telling y'all. All right? Let's read this again. Let's read this again. Long before the Greek and Roman civilization emerged, the South American Indians had introduced civilization to Africa, and thereby making Africa the second continent in the world to become civilized. The second. Let these Native Americans take credit for bringing civilization to the Greek, the Roman, and the Africans. Let them take that. Let them try to take that as well. Like I told you, man, I know how to shut all these fools down. Let's read just a little more, then I'm gonna stop. Spurred on by their South American Indian guest, okay, meaning that the South Americans went over to Africa and gave them civilization. Like I told y'all, they gave y'all the story in reverse. The Africans built great empires that lasted for several thousand years at a time. Contrary to popular myth in the Western world, the advent of Europeans destroyed the civilization in Africa rather than made it. So they destroyed it instead of making it, because we gave it to the Africans. Also, contrary to popular belief in the Western myth, in the myth in the Western world, there was no darkness in Africa until European diseases arrived. The last 400 years have been a nightmare for the African people, considering the kinds of civilization that the early Africans enjoyed in the 6,000 or so prior to that. All right? Y'all could read the rest on your own. Shutting all this foolishness down. Okay? Well, Denise, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. You see what I'm saying? I agree with you, Lineage. All right? Indigenous people, they need to care. They don't. That's the problem. The indigenous original Americans, they don't care, because all they want to do is bet things from the United States. You don't have to bet for anything from the corporation. All we have to do is stand. And guess what? They have to fall back, because by law, they have to fall back. Because why? They are foreign occupiers. It's called occupancy law. And I know the law of occupancy laws. When the original people step up, they have to step down, or else we could force them to step down. That is international law. Man. You're absolutely correct, Truth Seeker, man. I know. But sometimes these videos, man, they take a lot out of me, man, because you see, it's not just me reading, but it's also the spiritual aspect of it. You know what I mean? And it comes with all the frustration. It comes with all, and I'm not saying frustrated in a negative way. It's just frustrated that it's there in plain sight, and I'm giving it to you, but people they still just can't see it. They can't see it. You know what I mean? So anyway, we're gonna go to another book just to kind of solidify what we kind of like bring, because we just read from that book, which the title is called Civilization and the Ancient Egyptians. Now we're going to show and prove where the ancient Egypt is. Okay, let us go into another book now. Okay, I tell people I'm well studied, man. I've read thousands of books. I'm talking about with hundreds and hundreds of pages. Okay. So when I was being celibate and, losing relationships because of me wanting to study is a sacrifice that I had to make. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. Now, this book is from the New Light from the Great Pyramid. Okay. The New Light from the Great Pyramid. That book is also in the link below. So do your own research. But I'm just going to give you an excerpt from the book. It says what? Right here, we're going to start from this paragraph that I just highlighted, but I'm going to unhighlight it to read it, okay, in blue. But let us read, because reading is fun for the mental. Let us read. When the following course of the constellations, those immovably and perpetually fastened upon America, are reached, it will appear that while all is sublime in the historic past centers upon Egypt, all that is sublime in the prehistoric, not historic, but prehistoric past, centers upon America, and as the curtain which has hereto concealed the prehistoric connection between the people of ancient Egypt and America, all right, what does it say? Is lifted, it will be seen that the people of the eagle on the Nile being descended from the original people of the Egypt on this continent. The twain are one, and that prehistoric America was the original Egypt or the Eagle Land prior to the mighty dispersion in the days of Peleg, when the earth was divided and the great globe itself was nearly rendered asunder. In other words, firstborn among the continents, says Agassiz, America has been falsely denominated the New World. Hers was the first dry land out of the waters. Hers the first shores washed by the ocean that enveloped all the earth beside. And while Europe was represented only by islands rising here and there above the sea, America already stretched in an unknown, unbroken line from land of Nova Scotia to the far west. That the ancient America, as well as we see, was inhabited by the grand by the grand race, whose deathless traces have been left upon the surface of the globe and among the stars of the sky. All right? The deathless race, the immovable race. So no matter what they do, they can't get rid of us, because we are the original bomboclad. Trust me. Y'all have to respect that. All right? We are our own enemy. All right? We are our own enemy. And that's facts. So when all y'all want to come talk y'all nonsense, trust me. And that is just some of the books. I got a whole lot more. I just chose about 4 or 5 of them. I could go into another 20 other books right now from different authors, giving you the facts from a prehistoric perspective. Not historian, but his story. And the further back we go, they're going to tell you what? We don't know where these people came from. But guess what? I know. And I know exactly how it happened, because why? My ancestors gave it to me in visions and dreams. Y'all think this is a game? Man, please. I'm done. I think I gave y'all enough. All right? I gave you enough information that you could go ahead and do your own studying and do your own research. And like I tell people, Don't confuse my passion, with egotism. That's not what it is, man. I'm just passionate about this because I want to drive it into you so much. That's why it's taking so much energy out of me. You feel me? Because it's taxing spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. This is a lot of work. People don't get it. They don't get it. It's a lot of work. All right? It's a lot of work. Okay? It's a lot of work. So, once again, I will give you the allegory, the myth, the allegory in the myth. We are not the Jacobites in the myth. In the myth or the mythological story, we are what's called Esau, meaning that ruddy, the copper-colored race. And then our birthright was stolen. Okay, it was stolen. And therefore, we were only supposed to be so-called blessed through the descendants of Jacob, through Abraham. You see what I'm saying? But if you realize what Isaac did, Isaac said, don't worry about it, Esau, all right? Because you're going to be great. And then your greatness will also be from the ancestors and the gods. You feel me? We are the immovable race. That supreme race. That's us. Don't let nobody fool you, man. Don't let nobody fool you with the bullshit and the lies that we came from this and we came from that. No, we have always been here. Well, to answer your question on supreme health and wealth, I've made many attempts to bring us together. But guess what? It was people like me, that look like me, that try to take me down. Okay? It was men, women, all right, that tried to take me down. You did? Them came to infiltrate. And guess what? The ancestors showed me they was coming. But it was something that I had to experience. You feel me? So they think, well, okay, well, you know what? Chief don't sound like he from the United States. So nah, he cannot be an American Aboriginal. It just shows you the ignorance and the stupidity. You feel me? Like the United States is America. The United States is not America. And the truth of the matter is a lot of people that's actually in the Americas, the Aboriginals that's in the Americas, they're not even from the Americas. They're from South America. And they came into the Americas. But you see, they don't know that. You feel me? They don't know that. That was being said in newspapers in the 1800s. Talking about the Mayans, when the Mayans came into the Mississippi and helped build the mounds. Thousands of years ago. And they're the same people. But you see, ignorance is what got us where we are at. Hatred for each other. You feel me? Animosity towards each other. Like I said, everybody want to be a chief. Nobody want to be an Indian. You know how far we could have been? We could have been at the table, have our own political party. So that things that affect us, we would have control over that. But it's never too late for that. We could still organize. It's never too late because I'm willing to organize. I did a post, yo, listen, my brother and I, my indigenous brother and I, Robert Moore, we reached out. We want to do our own powwow in October. I put up the link. We want to do it in Texas. I reached out to the people. They said, listen, Blasey, it's going to cost blah, blah. I put up the link. I say, yo, listen, we're looking for organizers. Nobody hit me up yet. So my brothers and sisters, there's only so much I could do. I cannot force people to do things that they don't want to do or because they feel they have a disliking to me because I sound like I'm from the islands. You know what I mean? Yo, listen, I'm not going to take away who I am because I know who I am. And I know my ancestors traveled this entire continent. And like I said, even in my DNA, I could prove that I descended from Egyptians right here in the Yucatan. Okay? Because my DNA came from a private DNA source that was cross-referenced, okay, from the tomb, facts, from the tomb of Akhenaten. And on both my parents' side, our family intermarried. So literally on both my parents' side. So when I tell people I know what I'm talking about, I'm not just talking. And even before I did all of that, it was given to me in visions. My ancestors came to me in a vision and gave me my name. I mean, touch me. I felt the touch on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. We got you. Because I was nervous. I was scared. But you see, people always fear what they don't comprehend. So it's not that they hate me. They don't hate me because they know I've been speaking the truth before them, way before them. I've been talking about this on YouTube and the likes. But they fear what they don't understand. They fear what they don't comprehend. You feel me? But they don't realize that I was chosen. I was chosen for this. I was called. I answered the call. I was chosen for this. And this is just the beginning. So I'm going to step back into building to do what we have to do, because we have to do it. And whoever if they want to do their own thing, let them do their own thing. Because of the hate, it's fine. If you want to stay divided, it's fine. You did? If you want to stay divided, it's fine. This is not about me being chief. No, it ain't got nothing to do with that. No, I was born a chief. I was born that way. You did. So I don't care who is at the table, as long as it benefits us all. That's all I care about. That is my ultimate goal. As long as we're being, acknowledged for who we are and get the respect in our motherland, that is my ultimate goal, man. Because this is not about me. It's about our babies that's out here dealing with what they're dealing with. That's what this is about. The ones that are lost out here gang banging and doing all this crazy stuff. Okay, you know what? I think I showed you on the 13th Amendment. Yeah, I did. Yeah, because that's what it's all about. Making sure by the time your children before they reach 12 and 13, they got a record. Because it's only when they have a record, okay, meaning that they have been convicted of a crime and they could make anything a crime, then they have a right to make you a slave legally. So it's a business. And people don't realize that. So instead of these gangbangers out here acknowledging that they are actually a tribe to organize and be tribal, they're out here gangbanging, killing each other, destroying each other. You have the red and the blue, but guess what's the colors for the Democrats and the Republicans? The red and the blue. So who are the biggest gangs? The only thing is they made one legal and one unlegal and one illegal. You see, you get what I'm saying? So that's what's happening. Our people are suffering because of the lack of knowledge. So before I go, let me show you this, because I'm like I said, I'm gonna get out of here because this was a lot, right? And I've already given you these etymologies, but I'm gonna give it to you again. Why do you think now immigration is gonna be a hot button? Because you know what? It's about that time again. It's about that time to start replacing more of the American Aborigines, right? So what you're going to see, you're going to see governments all over the United States, okay? They're going to be ramping up on gang members because they know a lot of our young boys, they are in gangs. So they're influenced by gangs. So now what they're going to do is they're going to start sweeping everybody. So now they could put them in jails because of the COVID, because of the pandemic. You know what they had to do? They had to empty out the jails. So now that business took a big hit. All right. So they have to restock. So what? They're going to start sweeping our young boys that's associated with gangs. Okay. Because it's time to fill up those jails again. See, y'all don't realize. Y'all don't realize. And they're going to open up a door for all these other immigrants to come in. All right? Mark my words. Watch. Watch. Okay? Watch. But, we're just so nonchalant about everything. Let us go look at the etymology of suffer. And I'm going to leave you with this. You see what suffer means? Allow to occur, or continue, or permit, to tolerate, to fail to prevent or suppress, also to be made to undergo, endure, be subjected to what? Pain, death, punishment, and judgment. My brothers and sisters, I cannot make this up, man. Everything that I'm teaching you, I'm giving you the facts. I'm giving you the etymology of the word. I'm giving you the root of the word. I'm giving you the sources from where it came from. So when you see Hosea 4:6 comes into play, God's people perish for the lack of knowledge. That's a result of your lacking of the knowledge. You suffer. And what does suffer means? Allow to occur or continue, to permit, to tolerate, to fail to prevent, to suppress, to be made to undergo, endure, to be subjected what? Pain, punishment, and pain, death, and punishment. Isn't that what the law is doing to our people? Pain, death, and punishment, judgment, and grief. It's right there. So you are suffering because you allow it to happen. Right? So what choice do I have but just travel and enjoy my life? Because people refuse to unite. People refuse to open. I'm not saying everybody, all right? I'm not making a general statement, because if that were the case, then you wouldn't be here, all right? So I'm talking about the few, all right? I'm talking about the majority. I'm talking about the masses right now, right? They're lost. They're gone. But all is not lost, because all it takes is just a few of us to spark that change. It's going to take a few of us to step up. And that's all I'm looking for, brothers and sisters. Just the handful. Because you see, the hand got 5 fingers, man. We don't need 10 fingers to make a change. All we need is the 5 fingers so we can hold on. You feel me? That's what's going to make the change. Not a lot of people, not 1 million people, not 10,000, just a handful. And all we have to do, the same way we promote the BS, promote the real. That's all we got to do. And people will gravitate to it. They will come because the truth is already in them. We got to show it to them. Let it make sense to them, or at least to the point where they're starting to get confused. You see, because we have to create a state of confusion, or a new state of confusion, so to speak. Because the state of confusion that they're in, it got them lost. So we have to challenge that state of confusion and bring some confusion, but the truth, to challenge the confusion that they're in. You see what I'm saying? So now they have something to think of. But we're not doing that. We're still on the internet. Oh, black people. If you know the truth, why are you still calling yourself black? When people on your page talking about all this black stuff, comment, yo, we ain't black. If they want to get disrespectful, block them, delete them. Period. You see, we got to stop tolerating the nonsense. We have to stop tolerating the nonsense. Let us form our group and let us start knocking on doors. Let us go to these native people, knock on doors. Yo, we want to interview y'all. Let us go to news stations. Boom, let's start making some noise. Let's go to radio stations. Let's show our facts. Let's show these documents. Time is not a luxury, man. Knowledge is the luxury, not time. So we are going to continue to suffer because we are just chilling, caught up in the hype. And that's the problem. Because everybody's just so nonchalant, so laid back. So laid back, man. Erase all the nonsense you were taught. It's time for a new school of thought. The truth is out there. All right? They just mixed up everything. They reversed everything. Even in the book, it's all allegory, myth. It's symbolic. So now they got you claiming the wrong side of the fence. You did. But the ones who stole your birthright, and it doesn't necessarily mean the pale ones, because The Jacobites were the original, the Sephardic Jews were the Jacobites, the men of color. And then they passed it on to their Semitic brothers, which was the pale ones. And they both came here into the Americas and did the same thing they did in Africa, did the same thing they did in Asia, and did the same thing they did in Europe. And they came into the Americas to do it. Take the birthright of Esau, again, allegory. Esau does not mean pale white. Esau means ruddy, brown, copper colored. That's what it means. All right. So I want to thank y'all for, just for those of you who have been here for over 3 hours, almost 4 hours. I want to thank y'all. I know sometimes people say, well, Chief, the videos are too long, but I can't help it. I would rather just do one video instead of doing like 2-3 parts of that. Just knock it out, get winded and stop. All right. So you could take your time, go through the video, break it down, take your notes, do your own research. I put the links in there for you. So I'm not hoarding the sources of the information. Now I'm giving it to you. All right. Because I want you to start doing your own due diligence. So when people challenge you, you could go and say, hey, let's go read that book. Let's do this. Let's do that. That's why I'm breaking down the Bible. I'm doing all that for y'all, all of it. So you know how to challenge the BS. And you could do it respectfully. You don't have to be disrespectful. All right. Because remember, those people, when you're giving people information like that, it could be very traumatizing, not just physically, emotionally, spiritually. I'm telling you, because can you imagine thinking and knowing that something is your truth all your life, and all of a sudden somebody's coming to tell you, your God in the Bible is not the original one, or he's not even the Most High, or even Noah wasn't real, or even Moses wasn't real, or even Adam and Eve wasn't the first people, and you could prove it? Like, can you imagine how of a spiritual shock that would be? Can you imagine the mental shock that could take place? That's why even in my book, like I said, which is almost done, I tell people from the very beginning, if you're not ready to read this book, please don't read it. And I explain why I had to make my disclaimer, because I don't want to be responsible. Stuff like that could make people go crazy, man. It could, and it does. To know that your God, it was made up. To know that Jesus, there's 2 of them in the Bible, and they got you serving the one that's the Antichrist. Can you imagine that? Yo, this is some real heavy stuff, man. So once more, man, I'm putting it out there. We're making an attempt to do a powwow in October in Texas. If y'all want to be a part of it, y'all want to help organize, yo, reach out. Reach out. My arms are open. I've been opening up my arms for so many years now. You know what I mean? It's really that simple. Let us make it happen. And then from there, we could decide how we are going to build. I have a lot of domain names I own domain names such as Turtle Islanders, Original Turtle Island. I have that. Original American Aborigines. I own those domain names. Original American Indians. I own the domain names. I have a lot. Trust me, man. I've always been ahead of my game. Oh, you know what I mean? Turtle Islanders. I own that domain name. Okay. So I'm saying all that to say is we have different options on what we if we so choose to unite. All right. The American Empire, I own that. All right. So I'm saying again, all this to say, if we so choose to unite and we want to make a righteous effort to make it happen and do it in sincerity, you see what I'm saying? You got to come with a clean heart. It's the only way it's going to work, man. Only way it's going to work. No disagreeables. All right. No unrighteous people. I can't deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. I will not deal with that. So if I have to spend the rest of my physical life in this flesh, traveling the world and enjoying my life, and then go to the islands and just chill, and when it's time for me to drop this flesh, drop it, then that's what I'll do. But I'm not going to do anything with unrighteous people. people with no integrity, people that have no loyalty, disrespectful people. I'm not gonna be a part of that. And by no means I'm looking for a yes ma'am or a yes man. That's not what I'm looking for. But I'm looking for people who are willing to talk respectfully and build together. That's what I'm looking for. All right, that's it. I don't want to lead nobody. I want to create leaders. I want to teach people how to become leaders, whether it's spiritually, whether it's physically, whether it's emotionally, and whether it's let me see, spiritual, in terms of eating properly. All right, I could because I'm versed in that. I'm versed with spiritual matters. I'm versed with breaking down the Bible and scriptural books. I am versed in eating. I am versed in physical training because I used to be a personal trainer for 15 years. So I know all those things. So I could teach somebody how to become wholesome from spiritual to physical, because I could teach you that you are the God and prove it to you. Not just tell you, but give you the facts on that. But it's up to you. All right. So have yourself a great continuation. And I'm truly honored and humbled that you actually, a lot of you was on here for almost 4 hours. It means a lot. All right. Oh yeah, I mean, they could monitor the chats. You know, it doesn't matter, man. Like I said, you know, this is the age of enlightenment. Everything I spoke on here is facts. Everything that I told you here is truth. So what they're gonna do? Block my channel for telling you the truth. It is what it is. I don't care. I don't care. You see, I'm not gonna allow these people to dictate my life. You feel me? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be afraid of anything. Of course, I'm not gonna be out here being careless. There's a difference in bravery and stupidity. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna do that. But the point is, oh, I'm not sure who are blocking the comments, because what they do is, yeah, you're absolutely correct, Truth Seeker. What they do is when certain words are put in the comments, they block them. All right. Or they so they have their own filters, and everything that you put, sometimes they just say, oh, well, they filter it. So we know it's being monitored. And that's why I want to give facts. I want to give the sources from where that information is coming from. All right. So they don't strike my channel and say, oh, well, you know what? You're telling people things that's not true. All right. So it's always important for me to give the sources and let you know where it's coming from. All right. And I want y'all to know, man, I truly love y'all from the bottom of my heart. Like for real, man, or else I wouldn't be doing this. Like I told y'all, I'm not even monetizing these videos. I don't ask nobody for a PayPal. I don't ask nobody for a Cash App. I'm not doing that. I remember years and years and years ago, I used to do my videos, and the amount of work I know that it takes. You cannot have a 9 to 5 and do this kind of research and do this kind of work. And I took the time to do it. And I would tell people, yo, all you have to do is just show some love, man. Hit the Cash App up, because this is my job. My job is to research and bring you the information. Negroes was out here thinking that I'm begging them for something. You see what I'm saying? That's the mentality with these Negroes. You did. So I stopped doing that. And then I just asked my ancestors, listen, you know my heart. So just provide for me. Make sure that I never want or I never need. And guess what? They have answered that. So I don't do this for likes. I don't do this for none of that. I do it because I truly love my people. You know what I mean? In fact, I love people in general, but I have a special place in my heart for my people. The problem is the majority of them don't have that same place in their heart for me. And it's cool. And it's all right, because I know my seat is next to my ancestors waiting in righteousness, because they don't matter where I go. I take pictures. You see what I'm saying? I take pictures. You did? And don't matter who I take the pictures with, there's always a light that's shining on me. It could be 1 million people in the picture. All right? It could be 1 million people. It could be 10 people. It could be 2 people, 3, 4, 5. That light is always shining on Chief Kalinago. Always. Why is that? See, I know the reason why. You feel me? Because my ancestors know my heart. They know my character. They know their son. So it took a lot of years, to get all this information. All this information, like I've told y'all before, I was living in a house with my girlfriend. All right, that was, I think, in what, 2012? In 2012. And I had a vision. I needed to be celibate for 3 years. And I went literally from having my girlfriend in my house, in my apartment. All right, we had an apartment together. And literally the next day I told her, listen, she knew I was always studying. I said, listen, you may not understand this, but I have to be celibate for 3 years. And we stayed in the house for another year and a half to almost 2 years in the apartment. I never touched her. And she just couldn't comprehend. She just couldn't get it. But it was something that I had to do. Because day and night, I have to study. I have to go through all these different emotions. And up to this day, she's one of my best friends. And she always hit me up and said, Chief, man, I apologize. Because all what you were telling me in 2012, everything you told me is happening right now. She said, I'm sorry I did not listen to you. I said, it's okay. It just wasn't your time. I've always been ahead of my time, even if I'm always on time. You feel me? But it's just that what I was teaching and what I was talking about, the ears, it wasn't that open for many people. So sacrifices is always made. You know what I mean? It's always made. You did? So I thank y'all, Truth Seeker, Zazie, everybody that's been on here. You know what I mean? And let me just, I know it's a lot of people on here, man, but I just want to give y'all a quick shout out real quick. All right. So we have Shelly. Thank you for being here. Patty. All right. Ombre. Thank you. All right. Just a quick shout out before we get out of here. Heru, you already know, and I already know you'll be going in, right? Supreme Health, man, thank you for coming on here, Lineage. Respect due, you feel me? All right. Who we have? Sapphire, thank you. Life L. Who we got? Who else we got? Boom. I think I already got that. Let me see. All right, Bouillon Smith, you already know. You know how we do. All right, Chief Dot, what it is, Lineage. What's up? All right, boom. Mac Attack, what's going on? Thank you for being a part of the build, man. Just giving everybody a little shout out. If I miss everybody, it's just because your name did not show up, all right? Who else do we have? Bonita, thank you for being a part of the build. Thank you. All right. Trail Wood, thank you for being a part of the build. I appreciate you being here. Zazie, thank you thank you for being here, man. Bliss. All right. Who else we got? I think I got everybody so far. Truth Seeker, indeed, man. Thank you for being here. All right. Seek and ye shall find. I respect that name. You know what I mean? Denise, thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. We have Ready to Learn. I like that. All right. I like that. Who else do we have? Ancient Warriors. What it is. Thank you for being a part of the build. All right. Who else we got? Boom. I think we good. Oh, I think we good. All right. All right. And then on Facebook, let me see who we got. On Facebook, we got Romaine, we got Taz, man, we got Danielle Hayes, we got Denise, Rasta Empress, big up. We got Denitha. Who else we got? Donnie Ray. Who else we got? Treya Brown. Who else we got? Andrea Marina. I think that's it. And we have Tim Luna. All right, cool. I give everybody a shout out, man. I'm out. I'm about to go eat some more fruits. All right. I love you. I love you guys for real. All right. And take care of yourselves. And we'll talk soon. All right.